Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the March 1st UAC meeting. We will thank you, everyone, for coming early. It's going to be a full meeting. We'll start with roll call, starting online. Commissioner Sharp.
Here, and I just wanted to apologize for not being there in person today, but I seem to have developed a bad cold and I didn't want to infect all of you.
Well, hope you feel better soon. Thanks for taking care of the rest of us. Okay, we'll start over there. Commissioner Smith.
I'm here, thank you.
Commissioner Metz.
Here.
Commissioner Forcell. Here. Commissioner Bowie.
Here.
Vice Chair Johnston.
Here.
And I am here as well. So I think we have everyone here. That's great. There are no agenda revisions that I'm aware of, so we will move on to any oral communications from the community that does not address an item on the agenda.
This is Janelle Camion, Program Assistant. If anyone from the public would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone.
Great, so we will move on to approval of the minutes from the February 1 meeting. Are there any comments on the minutes or any changes? Commissioner Forcell.
I have one very small change on, I think it's page 14 at the bottom, future topics for upcoming meetings. The sentence as printed is Commissioner Forcell suggested simplifying the topic to discuss what the process should be or how much undergrounding has happened in the last 5 years. I think it was simplifying the topic to not discuss what the process should be, but simply have a quick report on how much undergrounding has happened in the last 5 years. If we can capture that as a suggested revision.
Got it. Any other revisions? Great. So with the change just put forward by Commissioner Forcell, do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move to approve the minutes with that change.
And a second?
I'll second.
Great. And we'll go first to Commissioner Sharp.
Yes.
Okay. And then down the line, Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Metz,
Yes.
Forcell.
Yes.
I say yes. Keep going.
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So the minutes are approved with the one modification. We have no unfinished business, so we will move to the director report.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Siegel, Commissioners. A few items that I'm sure that are probably wondering and weighing on you a little bit. It's a little bit about our power outages that we had last week. During these bad storms that we had from all the wind that we had, it brought heavy winds to the Bay Area, knocking out power to hundreds of thousands of people within the region. Palo Alto crews managed a total of 6 power outages from the afternoon of Monday, February the 21st, through Tuesday, February, about 3 a.m. in the morning was the last customers that we were able to get back into power. In each case, it was caused by down trees and branches, impacted power lines, and poles. We actually had a pole that got snapped at the base during that period of time. We had a total of 4,200 customers through these 6 outages that we had. Like I said, that started on Monday the afternoon, and we were able to get the last 30 customers up at 3 a.m. on Tuesday morning. We provided continuous communications through our Twitter accounts. Our outage management maps were updated. And then also we kept the website live the whole period of time. We fared quite well compared to the rest of the Bay Area. There are still actually some areas that are still out from those bad storms that we had from that windstorm. And I'm truly grateful to the staff as well as the contractor that helped us during those outages. As you all know that we are having difficulties finding line folks to actually come to Palo Alto, but we rely on and we're able to have a good understanding between the contractor and our own crews. Like I said, we wouldn't have been able to respond as fast and be able to get all the customers up and running without their help. So a great appreciation out to the staff and to the contractor. A little bit about water supply. The recent storms have measurable positive impacts on the regional water storm storage, which is now expected to fill. The city's water supplier, San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, provides a preliminary rate increase projection of about 11.6 effective July 75 cents per CCF and it will determine the wholesale water rate in May. So we're not really sure what they will actually be between $4.75 and $5.30. They provided an initial water supply estimate, but they're not making any changes to or reductions requested at this time and continuing through the monitoring of the water supply conditions and the state action regency emergency drought declaration. Final numbers will be released in April. So we'll have a little bit better of an idea about what that might look like. Good news on the hydroelectric front with these recent storms and along with the ones in December and early January, we have improved our outlook in the hydroelectric supply this year as of February 27th. Totals in Northern California are about 16% above average for the time of the year. In Central California, they're about 50%. And with the relatively cold weather that we've had, means that most of that snow is stayed intact. So we should see some late runoffs at that point. Right now, the snowpack levels are about 45 and 85 above average in the Northern and Central California. And we think that we're expected to have a better clarity on the front by April, but now it looks like hydro resources are projected to produce about 79% of our long-term average level output this fiscal year and about 96% of our long-term average levels in FY24. A little bit about our launch on the heat pump water heater program. Palo Alto community has been rallying support for the city's new heat pump water heater installation program. Residents have been had interest forms to let them know that to receive more information on this full service. And we've got about 360 customers signed up for that. We've done 5 site assessments have been completed, and we're expecting more signups as a group of community volunteers. By 350 Palo Alto recently began door knocking and canvassing to promotion to the program. The city is also hiring a marketing consultant to work with staff, stakeholders, and policymakers, and the community partners on the broad electrification market plan for launch later this year. So again, I think the last time I came to you, we had a little bit over 100 folks in the community that had been signing up, but it's up to 360. So we're going through those applications and start on doing more assessments with that. Also too is that the city recently launched Water Smart, which is a home water report launch, online water management tool to help residents and businesses save water and money. Starting in March, the city will begin including information on customers' water usage in comparisons to similar sized Palo Alto households. Water saving from these reports will be evaluated through efficiency studies. The Smart Water Portal is open to the city of Palo Alto customers and provides access to water usage charts and recommendations for water efficiency. So we're happy to have that coming on board. And the last thing is around e-bikes and our EV discount campaign. CPA is proud to offer 2 new campaigns starting in March, offering a discount on electric e-bikes and electric vehicles, EVs. The Bike E program will be available for March 1 through the 22nd in partnership with the Palo Alto Bicycle, including the discounts of selected models and free lifetime tune-ups for e-bike purchased during that campaign. EV discount campaign is also available from the 6th through the 31st. And again, these are EV discounts that Palo Alto residents will be able to take advantage of. So we have those two programs launching here in March. And a little bit about just some upcoming events that might interest you. On March 5th, CPA staff will host a booth at the Palo Alto Center Family Day event and talk to residents about heat pump water heater offerings and programs. So we're hoping to get the word out and spread it out there a little bit more on that. March 8th and 28th is e-bike 101 webinar. And then on March 15th, CPU hosts an EV for backup power web ride and drive and talk about resiliency and bi-directional charging. March 16th, there's 2 in-person community engagement sessions to talk with residents at the Palo Alto Gardens about installing EV chargers at the property. This project is a partnership with the Mid-Peninsula Housing Authority. And the last thing is that this will be the first of many announcements that will come out. July 15th, we're going to have another open house at the MSC. It's going to be held from 9:30 to 2:30. So it's just an opening plans right now, but wanted to get the word out to mark it on your calendars. That's a Saturday. It's a lot of fun. If you haven't been, if you can try to be out there on July the 15th. And with that, that is my report. Answer any questions?
Thank you, Director Batchelor. Any questions? I just have one question about the trees that cause power outages. Were they in areas where we had planned to do any maintenance? Were there areas where the tree maintenance had already occurred? Do we need to up our tree maintenance?
I can tell you that I know that of 2 out of those 6, those were areas where trees actually fell, but they had been trimmed in this last year's period of time. So there was clearance, but when they fell, they actually took out some of the secondary portions of it. The large tree that actually broke the pole that took out the majority of them was not, it's a private tree. It was not on the list to be trimmed, but it actually fell right into the pole and then snapped the primary wires and secondary wires as well.
Thank you. Any other? Okay. Commissioner Bowie?
Just a question on, and we'll probably revisit this when we get to item 4, but the hydro projections you just mentioned, are they updated within item 4 or are they since that report was drafted?
No, that they're actually in that, and we'll talk a little bit more in depth about the hydro, but these numbers correspond to that report for sure.
Great. Just wanted to confirm that.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will move on to our first item of new business, which is wastewater, the financial plan and changes to the reserves and rates. And I'll ask if there are any comments from the public.
This is Janelle Camion, Program Assistant. If anyone from the public would like to speak on item number 1, please raise your hand or dial star 9 on your phone. No hands raised.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the presentation.
Can I ask a quick question as staff gets ready for the presentation? Can I get a reminder which commissioners are on the budget subcommittee this year? Do we have a budget subcommittee this year?
We didn't. That was part of my concern. We did not.
We did not have one this year.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought we had one that hadn't met, but we did not actually have one.
We had set one up and with the changes that we're going on with all the gas rate portions and the electric, staff didn't have time to be able to really prepare this report for the committee. So I apologize for that. I know that we had talked about that, but like I said, we did not have really a substantial amount of time to really put that together for you.
Okay, and with that, I think we'll move on to the presentation.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Assistant Director of Utilities Resource Management, Jonathan Abenshine. And tonight I'm here in a sort of temporary capacity as one of our rates team. Eric Keniston, our rates manager, retired late last year on short notice. And so we pulled together a team, some of whom you know from past rates presentations. We have Lisa Belier, who's in front of you, acting senior resource planner. We also have Micah Babbitt, a resource planner, who will be presenting on electric, and then Eric Wong, our rates analyst. So I'm going to give a little bit of an overview tonight, and then we'll talk about, Lisa will talk to you about wastewater. She'll then follow up and talk to you about water. I'll talk to you about gas, and Micah will talk to you about electric. But there are a number of trends that are common to all utilities this year. And so we wanted to give you a little bit of an overview of the utility situation as a whole here before launching each individual utility. So there are various trends that are contributing to increases or decreases across multiple utilities. And the story is pretty complex this year because some of these trends are increasing rates while others are decreasing them, leading to situations where in some utilities we might raise rates in July, and yet we expect customers may see a net decrease in their bills or little or no change. So we'll get to that in a moment, but I think that the trend with respect to rates, the trend and utility bills, the trend that's most on people's minds right now are the skyrocketing energy prices that they experience this winter. The high prices that we've talked about before are unprecedented. They're the highest on record. It cost Palo Alto 5 times as much to buy gas this January as it did last January, and that's showing up on people's February bills. So this was resulting from factors such as the very cold weather, low amounts of gas in storage, and constraints in supply across the entire West. But these factors we've experienced these factors before, and prices have not spiked to the levels that we saw this year. The governor has been calling for a federal investigation of these price spikes. The mayor has sent a letter supporting that. Investigations by regulatory agencies, the CPUC and the Cal ISO have already kicked off. We're also looking at options for winter hedging programs that might be able to avoid similar price spikes. Gas and electric market prices have started to decline, as have our utility costs, and we're expecting that to start to show in people's gas bills in March. But as of this hearing, folks have not received those bills yet, and those watching or those you talk to may still really be worrying about what's going to be happening to their gas bills over the next few months. And so here are a few important messages we thought was important to share. First off, we expect March gas bills to be less than half of February gas bills. That's still significantly higher than last year's bills, but it's on the way down. We just got the commodity price for March, and it's down by another 40% from our February costs, and that'll start to show up on April. Council is discussing rebates this month to provide people some relief from the high winter gas bills. We don't know the exact amount or the timing yet, but Council has asked staff to send a proposal for rebates equal to 20% of the highest winter gas bill. So that discussion is happening soon. And in the meantime, customers have several avenues to seek relief on their high winter energy bills. and those are shown here on this slide. Cities arranging payment plans for anyone who wants to pay off those bills over 6 to 8 months. We're offering free consultations with the city's home efficiency advisor. And for income qualified customers, we continue to have our rate assistance program and free energy efficiency improvements, our REAP program. But some of these things that we're talking about will help people going into the future to reduce their impact from their utility bills, as opposed to decreasing the bills that they've already received. But we believe that any assistance that we can give with respect to utility bills right now is helpful, ideally. All right, so that was one of the trends that I think is most on people's minds right now, and certainly one of the most impactful. And the effect that it's going to have on rates overall this year is that as our energy supply costs start to decline from those extremely high winter levels, we're going to start passing those supply cost declines through to customers through our monthly gas commodity rate adjuster. And we're expecting to be able to decrease the hydroelectric rate adjuster significantly come July. However, there are a lot of other factors that are creating some upward pressure on rates, and we are proposing some significant electric and gas rate increases. But even with those rate increases, we're expecting that people's bills in FY 2024 will be lower for electric and gas than in FY 2023. And we want to drive this point home, not because, it's because the energy price spikes this year have made it complex to describe what to expect on utility bills over the next year. It's not that there is that there's any expectation that these declines in energy costs in any way offset the significant rate increases that we're looking at, but we want people to understand the trends that their bills are going to experience. So overall, the story here is that utility bills are going to decline from the high winter levels over the next few months. They will increase in July for various reasons, but not to the levels that we're seeing over the winter. And we're not expecting, but not to the levels that we've seen in winter of 2022 and 2023, this winter. So let me talk a little bit about some of the factors driving these proposed July increases. So first off, energy prices are expected to remain elevated, even though they're coming down from these extreme winter levels. Gas and electric transmission costs are rising, as are environmental charges, and these factors are going to continue to push bills up in the coming years. In electric, some of the high electricity market prices are starting to decline, and with potentially improved hydro, some of these costs that are longer term are probably going to need to be wrapped into the base rates while the hydroelectric rate adjuster is decreased. Utilities are also recovering from the pandemic. So during the pandemic, we kept rates low to reduce the impact of utility bill increases on customers, residents, community members, businesses who were suffering from the economic slowdown resulting from shelter in place. But what that means is the revenues for all of our utilities are currently below cost, in some cases pretty significantly. Now, this was something we knew was going to happen as we held rates down during the pandemic, but we were counting on being able to use reserves to slowly bring our revenues up to match costs. And in most utilities, electric and gas, these extreme winter gas prices were not passed through completely to customers, and the difference was absorbed from reserves. And now reserve levels in both electricity and gas are at or below minimum by the end of FY 2023, and that makes it really impossible to phase in rate increases slowly without bringing reserves well below minimum, even further below minimum guidelines. Wastewater is experiencing something similar, although not for the same reasons, and will have low reserves by the end of FY 2023 as well. This slide, we modified just a little bit from what you have in your packet. So The drought has been continuing, but we also have some positive indications, as Dean was discussing earlier. Signals are mixed. We're not going to have a firm sense of the impacts on electric and water utilities until April. So winter rains, they broke records, but there hasn't been that much rain since, and the effects were uneven. The rain didn't hit the northern Sierras as much, where most of the state's water comes from and where most of our hydropower comes from. We still haven't reached even average precipitation on an annual basis there yet. It'll need more rain to get there. More south in the Sierras, where some of our hydropower is and most of the Bay Area's water comes from, as Dean was discussing earlier, precipitation is above average for the water year already. The biggest reservoirs in the state are still below historical average right now. But on the other hand, there's a lot of snow in the snowpack in the Sierras and what's called the state's second reservoir. And there are a lot of other factors that affect how much water or hydropower we get from the snow and rain, including the amount that gets absorbed into the dry ground as it starts to melt and run off, drought regulations, environmental regulations, governing flows, and allocation of water between water users and power users. So these are all factors that are uncertain right now. We're not going to know for sure until April what the impact's going to be. But in general, things are improving right now. There is also a need, other factors, there's a need to increase capital investment due to aging infrastructure. You'll hear about that with wastewater, with the need to upgrade the treatment plant and increase our rate of investment in the sewer system. We also have aging infrastructure in the electric system and the need to modernize the grid to accommodate as the community electrifies. And lastly, costs have continued to increase across the board. Construction inflation is a difficult challenge for all public agencies right now, and other types of inflation continue to affect utility costs, including increases in general expense and salary and benefit costs. This slide shows our proposals for FY 2024, and it's a little bit different from what we've shown before. We've expanded it to show fiscal year 2021 and 2022 to really illustrate the level to which we held utility rates down during the pandemic. As we exited the pandemic in FY 2023, we were able to keep most rate increases low, but you'll notice as energy prices ramped up, the electric utilities rates increased really significantly. You see a 37% there increase. That is a combination of three changes: the April 2022 activation of the hydroelectric rate adjuster, a 5% increase in the base rates on July 1st, and on January 1st, the increase in the rate adjuster from 1.3 cents to 4.8 cents. So in the electric utility, our revenues are matching our costs now. We are anticipating that as the hydro situation has improved and energy costs are down, although not to pre-pandemic levels, we're not expecting our need to increase the overall rates come July 1st, but increasing the base rate by 14% to match long-term costs to long-term revenues and short-term costs to short-term revenues. It is possible if the hydroelectric situation improves further that people could even see, we could decrease the hydroelectric rate adjuster even further, and people may even see a decrease in their bills in FY 2024. Right now, we're anticipating that decrease to come in FY 2025, but it could come earlier. In the gas utility, what we're showing here is the changes in rates, leaving aside all the changes in commodity costs that we've experienced, these big swings that we've experienced over the last year or two. We will show you a chart with the commodity cost changes included later on, but right now we just wanted to focus. If you include it in this chart, it kind of hides the rate increase that we're asking for here. So we are proposing a distribution, matching our distribution revenues to our distribution costs. And that rate increase is approximately an 8% increase on the overall gas bill. We're proposing a 9% increase in wastewater, again, for those infrastructure reasons that I talked about before, upgrades to the treatment plant and upgrades to the further investments in the sewer system. In the water utility, a 7%, which is driven heavily by increases in the SFPUC water rate. No change in refuse this year, although we do expect increases to start coming in the next few years, and a CPI increase in storm drain, which represents about inflation has been higher this year, so it's 5% this year. And so what we're showing here is an overall change in the median residential bill of about 5%. If you take into account the decreases from FY 2023 to FY 2024 in gas prices, it's probably more in the 3% to 5% range, more on the lower end if we actually decrease the hydroelectric rate adjuster further. This next slide, so the slides I'm in right now are in the beginning of your wastewater presentation. So I apologize for any confusion here, but I wanted to include all these introductory slides together. So as far as trying to control costs, one thing we try to present every year is our efforts at ongoing cost containment. And obviously, we are not decreasing costs in a way that decreases rates, but our goal is to try and minimize as much as possible the rate of increase that people experience in their utility bills. You'll see we've provided a couple of slides with some of the savings that we have realized. I'm not going to go through every single one of them. And we do have more cost containment efforts that are currently in progress. So I'll stop there. If people have questions on the introduction, more than happy to take those questions. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Lisa Belier to present the wastewater to you.
Thank you for that introduction. Any questions right now? I think we're ready for the presentation.
Great. All right. Let me switch presentations here.
Okay, so for wastewater, our recommendation is for a 9% overall rate increase. And there's two key reasons for this increase that Jonathan provided in his overview. The first is to prepare for the upcoming cost increases in the treatment plant. The treatment plant provides service to Palo Alto residents and businesses 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And many of the facilities there have been in service for over 40 years, and certain components need to be replaced in order to continue to provide service safely and within regulatory requirements. The other reason for the proposed increase is to accelerate the rate of main replacement in order to have a sustainable rate of main replacement. In the last few years, the average rate of main replacement has been 1 mile per year, and this proposal would increase that to 2.5 miles per year by 2026 in order to replace the remaining mains within the 100-year life expectancy or close to the 100-year life expectancy. We brought this item to the UAC and to the Finance Committee last year, and the recommendation here has been tailored a little bit in order to be responsive to the recommendations from the UAC and the Finance Committee. Additionally, we developed 3 alternatives that are listed here to try to find the right balance between, the impact on customers and the need to replace the infrastructure. It's important to get to that ideal rate of main replacement because not doing so can actually increase the repair and maintenance costs as well as lead to sewer overflows and sinkholes and other impacts like that. So, but I wanted to let you know that there's alternative A, B, and C. Alternative A and B would achieve that 2.5 mile rate of main replacement a little bit later. So it would be 2028 or 2034. Alternative C really focuses on keeping the rate increase at 5% every year and doesn't achieve that 2.5 miles per year target rate until sometime after 2034. I wanted to on this slide, you can see the types of mains that the replacement program prioritizes. And these are mains that have structural defects. And if a section that has structural defects collapses, it can have impacts such that I mentioned, such as sewer overflows or sinkholes. So with that, I wanted to show you the costs and revenue for the wastewater collection utility. The stacked bars are the costs, and the blue, both dark blue and light blue, show the treatment costs. And you can see that they're increasing over time and increase even further beyond this 5-year forecast horizon. And we are taking that into consideration in this forecast. The green shows the collection operations costs increasing over time as well. And the big increase in the collection capital, the orange bars, due to the rate of main replacement that I mentioned. And the rate increase that we're proposing is the first red number in the top of the chart. And you can see the past rate increases in gray and the revenue in the red line. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we're recommending a transfer from the CIP reserve to the operations reserve to make sure that there is enough funding for the infrastructure needs in the current year, 2023. And with that, I'm going to turn to the recommendation slide that really just summarizes what I talked about, the 9% increase, the 3.178 million from the CIP reserve to the operations reserve. And additionally, we're accessing the remaining funds in the rate stabilization reserve, which is the 342,000 listed there. And with that, I would be happy to try to answer any questions you have on any of the slides. I just provided a brief overview.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Lisa. So when I first read through this, I must confess I was a little bit alarmed, but not necessarily because of the rate increase. I was actually more alarmed because we're drawing down our reserve to 0, which is alarming to me. Then I went through and I read it again, and I have some basic clarification questions. When we talk about our wastewater collection operations and CIP costs increased by approximately 3.7% annually, does that figure include the 1.4% increase in operations cost, or is that in addition to? Is it 3.7 plus 1.4, or the 1.4 is included in the 3.7? This is on page 5 of your report. And sorry, if you don't have it in front of you, I'm happy to just draw my conclusion.
I don't have it in front of me, but I'm happy to go look for it and answer your question as quickly as I can.
Okay. Well, here's my concern. If we're only going to ask for 9%, well, first of all, 9% is a big jump from 0. And I think everyone agrees that COVID was hyper, if you will, unusual circumstances and needed to be addressed appropriately. There were a lot of people hurting. But if we are going to go for 9%, placing us in a further position of jeopardy by taking our reserve down to 0 complicates matters, I think, even further. If I look at a rate increase based upon the rate of increase of costs alone, I arrive at 6.2 plus 3.7 for a minimum of 9.9% increase in cost. And if the 1.4 is not included, then I arrive at 11.3% increase in costs on an annual basis. In which case, we're still not addressing our underlying concern and our underlying question, which is, are we matching revenue to costs, which I think is our ultimate goal. And if we want to match revenues to cost, then why aren't we asking for 10% per year? And that seems more closer to where we need to be. I recognize that we are hyper concerned about rate increases, but I think we can all agree that as we look across the series of services that are being applied, and as we make up for the time lost during the period of COVID, we do need to do the right thing and set a proper.
I found this on the web for this series
My
of
apologies.
services that are being applied. Misery make up for the time lost.
It's always best just to.
I
turn
would
this
like
off.
to mention a couple of things that
Sure.
might help. In this proposal, because of operational reasons, we had to move the proposal for the current sewer replacement from 2024 into 2023. So I think that was included in a mid-year budget change. And
So that explains the dip into the reserves.
so that is why there's a temporary proposal in the financial plan to bring the CIP reserve to zero. So
Okay.
we had some funding set aside in there, thinking that it was for use on the main replacement projects. We just have a need to use that money sooner. But the plan brings that CIP reserve back up to within the guideline range during the 5-year forecast period. The operations reserve is not planned to go below the minimum, and you can see that separately. So that's the main balancing reserve for the wastewater utility, and it will remain within the guideline range around $3 million in the operations reserve is under the projection.
In 2025, it goes back into operational range, minimum max.
No, the operations reserve is projected to remain within the guideline range throughout the forecast period, and I can
But
show you.
CIP will not.
The CIP reserve on a temporary basis in 2023 would go to zero
Mhm.
to accommodate this need to move this particular main replacement program from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 23.
Okay, thank you. That definitely explains that. So is there, this is a very high level question, is there a reason to accelerate main replacement in the rest of 2023, fiscal year 2023? Is there an underlying reason?
I think I'm going to ask Dean or Sylvia to answer that
No
question.
problem.
Sylvia online? Do you want to try first or you want me?
Sylvia is online.
Sylvia, do you want to answer that or do you want me to go?
Sure, I can try. Good evening. This is Sylvia Santos, Engineering Manager of Water, Gas, Wastewater Engineering. We actually, for the FY23 project, was only 1 mile per year at the 1 mile per year rate. The acceleration is not starting until, I think Lisa pointed out that there's different alternatives. I think the first one is starting at FY24.
26.
26, sorry, 26, and so on and so forth. So the FY23 project actually was planned years ahead, and it's only 1 mile per year rate.
Sorry, and the transfer out of CIP is to accommodate the 1 mile per year?
The particular project that was going to be in 2024, by moving it to 2023, it means there's less time to accumulate funds to pay for that project. So we were going to pay for that project without drawing the CIP reserve down so much, but because we need to move it from 2024 to 2023, there's a need to spend the money sooner.
Can I jump in?
Yes.
Okay. Oh,
Go ahead, Sylvia.
okay. So the reason why we have to move the budget from FY 24 to 23 is because this particular sewer main replacement project is to replace sewer mains on El Camino Real. In the past few months, we learned that Caltrans is doing a repaving project on El Camino. So that this work
Okay.
has to be coordinated because we cannot,
Dig up
because
the
the
street more than
moratorium, dig up,
once.
right, dig up the
Totally
street
understand.
within 5
Okay.
years.
Perfect. Okay,
And the bids came in like 107% higher than the last sewer project, and which is like a couple $1 million more than our engineering estimate. So the construction cost has gone up dramatically, and
So-
that's also part of the reason.
so Sylvia, thank you so much for that. But I think what you've just stated just reinforces my earlier ask, is that if our construction costs are increasing between 9.9 and 11.3% per year, then we're not asking for enough money. We're still raking in, in terms of revenue, bringing in less revenue than we actually need on a yearly basis, unfortunately. So it's only accumulative over a 5-year period. If I'm only increasing my rent, if you will, or my revenue 9% a year, and my costs are increasing 12% a year, I have a 3% differential per year for the next 5 years.
So I think the reason why that this cost is so high, this is a one-time off cost that's costing us this additional $2 million basically, is that the mains are so deep, they're about 15 to 16, 17 feet out at El Camino. So when we did the engineering estimate, we didn't realize how deep those mains really truly are out there. And so when the estimates actually came back, we found that they're much deeper. We were thinking that it would be typically where we usually find our mains, between that 5 to 8 feet portion of it. So and with this extra work that has to be done on El Camino from Caltrans, we're trying to beat the clock on that. And so the main reason for the additional cost is basically because of how those mains are located out in the streets on El Camino.
And please understand my questions. I absolutely agree. I'm a digger, so I know that. You dig once, it's a great use of existing facilities. And in addition to that, one of the most, probably the largest artery on the peninsula, you don't dig up that often without some serious consternation from everybody involved.
Right.
So I absolutely agree that work should be done, but isn't that work being funded via the CIP transfer from the reserve? If that is indeed the case, then let's go ahead and bring it down to 0. Okay, we've explained that. But at the same time, we're asking for a rate increase of 9%, but that rate increase is also meant to replenish the CIP reserves. But if we're only asking for 9% on across costs that are increasing at 11.3% or 9.9 to 11.3%, then what are we going to have available to replenish the reserves?
Yeah, there's some costs that may be going up that much, but the overall cost increases are not rising that much. So it's only some.
So it's not 9.9%.
Could you remind me what page you're looking at?
Page 5 of 15, second paragraph. Staff projects wastewater collection operations and CIP costs to increase by approximately 3.7% annually. That's the second figure. First paragraph. As noted above, one of the main drivers for the increase in the wastewater collection utilities costs over the next several years is the cost for the wastewater treatment, which is projected to increase by an average of 6.2% annually from 2022 to 2028. And I believe that is from, quite frankly, we need to be paying for the bond funding, which is fine. No worries. I guess my concern is if we're going to ask for 9% and it's not enough to cover our costs, then let's ask for what is necessary to cover our costs. That's my only comment. I do have a couple of other questions before we move on.
Could I actually just,
Sure.
before we leave your last topic,
Sure.
are you adding 6.2 and 3.7 to get your estimate of 9.9?
I am.
But is that the right Do those two cost increases stack on top of each other, or should we actually be doing a weighted average of cost increases along with some other cost increases to
Oh,
get
Thank you
to
for,
what's the actual?
thank you for pointing
cost
that
increase?
out. No, they're not additive. They're different components of the costs that are going up at different rates.
Understood. So 3.2% off across a smaller number, or 6.3 across a larger number or a smaller number. To Lisa's point, definitely weighted average. So is the cost increase that we're going to see, is it 9.9% or is it 11.3% or is it less than that? And if it's not less than that, then are we asking for enough in terms of a revenue rate increase? I guess is my question.
The overall cost increase, I don't think it's listed in those paragraphs. It's just the different components. So it's a combination of 6.2%, 3.7%, and 1.4%. So it would be within that range, not as much as 9 or 11%.
And it's a weighted average across those three based upon the component of the rate of the cost increase. I get that. But I guess you can understand my concern is that
Yes,
we're
thank you.
we're not charging enough.
Thank you.
On page 11 of 15, we highlight that residential rates, if we approve the increase, we highlight that the residential rates would remain 26% lower than the current average neighboring community. And I struggled a little bit with the math, and my math's not great. So, but I did struggle with it. I don't understand how we came up with 26%. In my math, we're not that much lower. If we could just double check that math, that'd be great.
Okay.
I think, okay, so the other thing that I ask about, so if we're transferring the 3.2 million, primarily to bring a 2024 fiscal year into 2023, what is it that's paying for the acceleration of the wastewater pipe replacement that's bringing it in within 100 years? Is it the replenishment of the CIP reserves between 2026 and beyond? Is that what pays for that?
Yes.
Okay. All the more reason that we should go back to the rates and look at perhaps doing 10%, because if the future CIP reserve, if we take it down to zero, if the future CIP reserve that will not be replaced until 2026, fiscal year 2026, then we'll need that money to accumulate a lot faster than, I believe, 2026. That would be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments?
So I had a question and a comment on, I'm looking at the alternative recommendations that you had the alternative scenarios that are shown on slide 7 that talks about delaying the kind of implementation of the 2.5 mile per year replacement. So first of all, and I think we've had this discussion before, but to what extent can we, through surveys or whatnot, predict kind of which of the pipes are most in need of replacement?
I would like to ask Sylvia if you can answer that question, please.
Sure. The best way to evaluate the condition is by CCTV. So we ask operations whenever they go out to do maintenance to include CCTV in the program. So this way they capture the image and rate the defects, and the rating can help us prioritize the replacement program. And so we definitely have enough on the list already to go with and based on operations feedback and which is based on CCTV inspection.
I mean, my concern here is if we are going to extend out the time frame for replacing these already pretty old pipes. I mean, we just don't want to have a catastrophic failure. And we've already pushed, as I understand it, we've pushed the replacement beyond the projected useful life of these pipes. But unless we have a pretty reliable way of assessing the condition of these pipes, would be reluctant to push the replacement out any further than we already have. So I would go with the recommendation for starting the 2.5 per year main replacement in FY 2026, if not before. So that would be my feeling on that.
Commissioner Scharf.
Thanks. Yeah, I would support Commissioner Johnson on that. But I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly. On staff's recommendation, and then we have the 3 other alternatives. We haven't really discussed the 3 other alternatives, but between the recommendation and alternative A, it's an extra 2 years. But if something catastrophic happens during those 2 years, we'll feel like we made the wrong choice here. And it doesn't really seem, 6% versus 9% is substantial. So I think that's really the choice, is do we want to do it in 2026 or 2028? I think 2034 would be irresponsible, and later than 2034 would be incredibly irresponsible. So I think really those are the 2 questions. But I would definitely come down on the staff recommendation and getting it done in 2026, given the risk and that we're already behind, as Commissioner Johnston said. And then the rest of this that you're asking us to do is on the top page under the recommendation, right? Which is approve the wastewater collection financial plan, and then approve the transfer of 3.178 million, approve a transfer of up to 342,000 from the rate stabilization reserve, and then increase the wastewater collection rates. And that ties into those recommendations, right? But of course, we're only really binding ourselves to the 2024 one. Is that correct? That's my first question.
Yes, that's what we're asking for your recommendation on, is the 2024 rate increase recommendation. The rest is a projection.
So I almost feel like I don't have to make the decision between recommendation and alternative A, because I think I would, at the moment go with the recommendation, but since both of them are 9% increases, we don't really have to make that decision until when you come to us next year and say, do you want to do the 8% or the 9%? And that would push it out to 2028. So is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, I think we're trying to get the most accurate view of how we want to proceed so that we can do our design work and everything else. But yes, we are technically only asking for the rate increase in 2024.
But so what you're looking for us is a sense from the UAC, if we're going for the recommendation versus alternative A, or are we actually voting on the recommendation versus alternative A, B, or C? Because it looks like the staff recommendation is that we vote on adopting a resolution, which is attachment A. Maybe I missed it, but it has these things in it. Does it actually resolve to choose the 2026? Maybe I should go look at it again.
The recommendation is the one that achieves the 2.5 miles per year in 2026. we didn't present rate schedules and everything for all the alternatives. The next step is going to be for us to go to the Finance Committee. So we're asking for the UAC to recommend to the Finance Committee for the staff recommendation. And if the UAC wants to recommend one of the alternatives, then we will tell the Finance Committee that that was the UAC's recommendation and the reasons why.
Okay. So you're looking for us to make a motion basically to adopt attachment A, is that correct? And so I guess my question was a different. I didn't see in attachment A. I'm just trying to figure out what you're asking us to adopt, really. Because when I look at the recommendation, it says staff, recommends that the Utility Advisory Commission recommend the City Council, and then it's got those, 4 things: A, B, C, and D. Right? And I guess I was asking, where in the motion does it say that we recommend your recommendation of 9%, 9%, 9%, 8%, 5%, and do this in 2026? I'm sure it's there somewhere. I just don't see it. So I just was really asking where it is. Is it in attachment A, or is it? Because I didn't see it in attachment A, and I guess I haven't read it really that closely, but I still don't see it.
Yeah, so the financial plan is written with the recommendation from staff in it. And so if the UAC and Finance Committee recommend going forward with one of the alternatives, we would rewrite the financial plan with that alternative and all the tables and figures and everything matching that alternative.
Okay, got it. All right, that was helpful. And I just wanted one other little clarification. So Commissioner Smith was making the argument that we're still not matching the revenues to the costs on an annual basis. And what I heard staff say was, yes, that's true, but over the whole 5-year period, we will have accomplished matching the revenues with the costs. Was that a fair statement?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, and we found the number, which is 6.8% is the overall average cost increase. So with a 9% rate increase, we should get on track to match revenues with costs.
Okay, and then we also get back to where we're supposed to be with reserves, if I recall correctly.
That's correct.
So at the end of the 5-year period, we have the right number of reserves, and we've matched costs to.
Yes, we're confident in that with this proposal.
Okay, yeah, no, I would definitely support the staff recommendation then.
Thank you, Commissioner Scharf. Any other commissioner comment?
Just briefly before we vote. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a sentiment I certainly share that we need to replenish our reserves. We need to cover our costs, and we need to replace our sewer mains to prevent future incidents. And, and it costs what it costs. And I appreciate that staff has figured out what it costs. And so I as well support the staff recommendation.
Any other commissioner comments? I had a couple. I guess I'll stick with the cost, and then I have a separate question on the expenses. But on the cost, I just wanted to point out that while the difference between 9% and 6% sounds bad, and maybe from a marketing perspective, it's not great, but it's 50 cents a month. And I think it's really important not to lose sight of the dollars we're talking about as the difference between the plans. So I support the staff recommendation as well. My one question is this. I am wondering whether we have looked into whether we're paying the proper share to maintain the plant, and how the allocation is determined, when it was last determined, and whether it's time to reconsider whether our cost allocation is the right amount.
Hi, this is Karen North. I'm the Assistant Director for Public Works, and I also have Jamie Allen, our Plant Manager, on. The cost allocation for the facility has been brought up during the Finance Committee and also our council meeting when we looked at upgrading our secondary treatment plant project, which is a $193 million project that we just started. In that time, we determined that we probably need to update our long-range facility plan, and at the same time look an RFP to go out to bid for a consultant, and we anticipate it will take a few years to get that completed. Jeannie, did you want to add anything else to that?
No, we'll just be looking at the cost sharing, the cost allocation methodology for fixed allocated capacity in the treatment plant, and how that has been determined in the past and whether it is worthy of being changed.
But remind them of the operating side too.
And then the annual operating cost that fluctuates is based on flow and strength of the wastewater, which is measured with various instruments and billed annually on the actual contribution. So when Stanford contributed less during COVID because the university was mostly closed, both Mountain View and Palo Alto picked up additional shares of that. And so during COVID, the shares changed a little bit more than typically changed. And so it is restabilizing now.
Okay, that's helpful. So what I understand is that we're in the process of trying to do an evaluation, and as soon as we get an RFP and get someone on board to evaluate it in the next couple of years, we'll have an answer to that question. And will that help? Will that have any impact on the big upgrade expenses? Is there an opportunity if it comes out that our allocation's greater than it should be, that we would have less to pay for that upgrade?
Potentially, we would negotiate with Mountain View and do amendments, and we'd have to look at future capacity allocations for flow and strength and see whether each community, is at the right place. We can't really predict right now, but it's potential.
Great, thanks. And then my other question was, it sort of made me think about it with the El Camino, but while we're doing the sewage replacement, is there any opportunity to do any gas replacement work as well? Because those are on the same side, right? The sewage and the gas pipes. Is there, so we can dig once and get some kind of benefit of both projects?
Sylvia, do you know if the gas is on the same side as the sewer? I do not know that.
It's on the same side of the street. Like typically it's on like one side of like north or south. But however, it's not as practical because the expertise is different. Sewer contractors cannot really replace gas because those gas contractors have to have that experience and have to be OQ'd, operational qualified. So typically we don't have the same type of contractors that can replace gas first and at the same time as sewer.
Okay,
but we
I
have
understand.
done water and gas together on the upgrade downtown project, and we found some contractors that are capable of doing both.
I guess I understand that there might be different contractors to do the physical work, but a lot of the expense is digging up the street, and the inconvenience certainly is from digging up the street. And if there's any, even if it's two teams working side by side and you dig once, if that's I guess my general feedback for this entire packet is that we have this every year, costs are going up. And so we need to raise rates. And I understand that's going on across the country, across California. But if there's anything creative we can do to hold down costs, because we're smaller and so we are more facile, it just seems like we should be thinking out of the box and trying to do that. And the other upside is less inconvenience for customers if you're digging less. So that's just sort of my general thought on that.
That's a great suggestion. I think to back up on Dean's earlier comment, they are on the same side, but typically they're not going to be in the same trench. And sewer, typically, we tend to use pipe bursting method. Sewer has to stay in the middle of the street because equal distance to both sides of the properties, because sewer is on gravity, so to bring in the slope in. And typically we try to replace it by pipe bursting to minimize the amount of excavation. And for gas, typically we have to find a new alignment because we maintain the service while we're building the new gas main. And we test it, and before we activate it, we make, we have to test it and everything. So they are not really within the same trench, but that's a great concept. If we have like upgrade downtown, very limited room, and we can, place them in a wider trench. And that's definitely something we can consider depending on the alignment of the mains on each street is kind of different.
Great. So that may or may not work, but I guess the bigger thought is digging is disruptive and expensive. And if there's any way to get synergies, I just think that should always be a question on the checklist. Thanks.
For sure.
No other questions? I guess we'll move on to item 2, which is, oh, excuse me. The important part. Okay, I'm going to read this. Yeah, I don't think we had any need to split it. So I guess, do we have a motion to accept staff's recommendation to recommend to the Finance Committee that it recommend that City Council adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024 wastewater collection utility financial plan, including reserve transfers and increasing wastewater rates by amending rate schedules S1, S2, S6, and S7, and with the proposed rate increases as proposed by staff.
Yeah, I move the staff recommendation on the first page of our memo as the chair just stated it.
And I'll second.
And we'll go starting with Commissioner Scharf,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowie,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnston.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Forcell.
Yes.
Metz,
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Great, thanks for keeping me honest. Now we'll move to item 2 and ask whether there are any comments from the public.
This is Janelle Camion, Program Assistant. If anyone from the public would like to speak on item number 2, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. No hands raised.
Thank you, and I think we have another presentation.
Yes, I will just share the water presentation. The proposal for the water utility is a 7% overall rate increase in fiscal year 2024. And there are 2 reasons for that increase. One is a 3% distribution rate increase. This is the rates that pay for the distribution of the water in Palo Alto, including the infrastructure and maintenance of the system in Palo Alto. And the other part of the increase is an 11.6 increase in the commodity rate from our supplier, the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. On the distribution rate side, we have healthy reserves in the water utility. The operations reserve was at the maximum at the end of fiscal year 22 with about $14 million. And the CIP reserve and the rate stabilization also all have funds available. This proposal uses the combination of rate increases as well as the use of funds from reserves. So we are proposing to move $3 million from the rate stabilization reserve in 2023 to mitigate the need for further rate increases, as well as $7 million from the CIP reserve to the operations reserve to pay for needed infrastructure also in 2023. The overall increase in the future years is 3 to 5% each year from 2025 through 2028. The main reason to increase the distribution rates is to pay for the needed infrastructure, the water main replacements and seismic upgrades at 2 remaining reservoirs. And then on the SFPUC side, there's 3 key reasons for their increase of 11%. One is their capital investment, which increases their debt service over the next several years. The second is that they had a balancing account with funds owed to wholesale customers, including Palo Alto, and they're projecting to completely pay all of that back by the end of this fiscal year. So there won't be any funding left in that account to cushion the need for rate increases. And we've been benefiting from that over the last several years. And let's see, the third reason is because of the lower sales volumes as a result of the ongoing drought that's being projected. We will know the final increase that SFPUC adopts probably in May, and then we'll pass that rate increase through to customers in Palo Alto through the commodity rate. This chart shows the costs and revenues for the water utility. You can see the costs in the stacked bars, and you can see the water supply increase that I was mentioning, the blue increasing significantly from 2022 to 23 and 24. The operations costs are also increasing, primarily driven by salaries and benefits. And then the overall combined increase that we're proposing is the red 7% at the top of the fiscal year 2024 bar. And you can see that for the water utility, the costs have been above the revenues and are projected to continue that way both last year and this year because we are using reserves actively in order to try to gradually increase the rates. The reserves are all projected to remain within the guideline range throughout the forecast period. And with that, I'd like to show you the recommendation slide. That didn't jump to it properly. But this is the overall recommendation. I mentioned the use of reserves, the 3.7 from the CIP reserve and the 3 million from the rate stabilization reserve. And that provides a brief overview of the water utility, and I'd be happy to discuss your questions.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, this might be related to my last line of questions, and I apologize. For clarification, are operational costs that are increasing historically for 4.8% per year over the last 5 years, are those the distribution rate increases? Is that one and the same? Is distribution rate the same as operational rates? Or is one included in the other?
I think in our main tables, we present operational costs for the water utility separately from the water purchase costs, but you could consider them together. The water purchase costs are an operational cost of the utility. So it depends on what table you're looking at. We either present those together or separately.
So in table 11, you present them separately. And I understand that the wholesale rate. So my questions are not with respect to the wholesale rate, primarily because I recognize that we're completely beholden to SFPUC. But with respect to the distribution rate, in table 11, we highlight 6% annual increase from 25 onwards to 28. But we highlight that we have operational costs historically of 4.8%. That's why the question, are the operational costs 4.8% per year historically, and they're going to 6%? Or am I mixing apples and oranges on that portion of the rate, not the wholesale?
What page is the table you're talking about? Table 11?
Page 15 of 16. And the 4.8% is first reference on page 3.
So the distribution rates include not only the operational costs, but also the capital costs. So when you see the utilities distribution costs increases,
Yep.
those include the capital costs and the operational costs, and those are funded through the distribution rates.
Okay, so we forecast I'm sorry, and I forget the reference, but we forecast a 3% growth in fiscal year 2024, then a 6% from 2025 onwards, right?
Yes, and that's the rate increase.
And that rate includes our historical operation plus distribution plus CapEx. Right?
That includes, yes, the distribution costs, all the distribution costs, but you're talking about a forecasted rate.
Yep.
That's going to pay for the forecasted costs.
Yep.
Right.
Historically, our operations costs are 4.8%. So why in fiscal year 2024 would we forecast 3%?
I think I see what you're saying, that our average increase was 4.8% in the past. Why do we think it's going to decrease?
3, and then
Right.
suddenly go to 6.
And
2024 is,
we are not, okay, so let me just try to say a couple of things and see if it helps. But we're not basing the forecast on the historical average cost increases. We're actually projecting for each cost category what the costs, what we think the costs are going to be in the projected years.
so you're looking at actual forecasted costs, okay?
Yeah, our best estimates of the forecasted costs. And additionally, we're not necessarily just then using that percentage increase in cost to project a rate increase. We are, what I was trying to explain is that we're also using reserves, because this utility, different than some of the other utilities, all the other utilities you're hearing about tonight, it actually does have reserves available. So we want to try to use those reserves responsibly and appropriately, and only increase rates less than what we might if we were fully funding all the cost increases with rate increases at this time.
Brilliant. Okay, understood that. Thank you very much, Lisa. This is just a what if question, but I need to throw it out there. I noticed that on our non-residential irrigation, we're proposing an increase of 3%. We're still in a drought. I mean, why would we only increase at 3%? If anything, we would want to discourage the use of irrigation, certainly in Palo Alto.
We are basing our rates for each customer class on our cost of service study that was conducted in, I think, fiscal year 2020 with an outside consultant that
Right.
carefully looked at the costs to provide service to each customer class.
Okay. Thank you. From a scenario perspective, when you did the financial model for this particular, did you look at, rather than going 3,666, did you look at the alternative of just flatlining that to 4.8 to 5?
Yes, and it leads to a higher rate increase in fiscal year 2024.
Yep.
So one of the benefits of taking this approach is that it reduces the overall impact on customers. I mean, it just reduces the water increase, but it will be in combination with the other utilities. It will make a smaller increase.
But over the 5-year period, we still get a pretty significant increase. Right.
That's true.
Yep. Okay. With respect to your comment on the reserves, yes, it's great that the reserves are in place and they do have reserves. Is it necessary to transfer in that much money for the 12.846 million? Is it necessary to transfer that in to cover all of the CapEx now? If I do the math right, at the end of that transfer, the reserve will have 20.7 million available. Once you pay out that 12.846, we'll have $8 million in reserves, which I think, if you look at 2024, well, wait a minute, $8 million in reserves. If you look at fiscal year 2025, getting the years right, we're actually well above the median between low and high. We do this sawtooth pattern. Is it necessary? I guess my question is it necessary to transfer in 12.846 million? Can we transfer in less money given the fact that the reserves is actually okay?
I mean, I think the answer is Carla Daly, I'm acting assistant director. It's not necessarily necessary, but this is what we feel is a prudent strategy. And we are, as Jonathan gave the overview, while we look at each utility individually, we also look at the full impact on the bill and the customer and what's been happening over this past year. And so given that holistic view, we felt that using some of these reserves was a prudent thing to do for this year.
Brilliant. I guess my only comment then is I would agree with that wholeheartedly. Let's be prudent. But in the nature of that, and if I look at the rest of the rate increases, we are asking for a significant rate increase across all utilities. So if we do need the money, we do need to ask for it one time. I don't think the population will allow us to come back every 6 months, hopefully not every year, and just continually to do rate increase of 10%, rate increase of 10%. It's just going to get frustrating for everybody, right? So if we anticipate that we need more money today for future projects, then I would suggest that we set rates appropriately in the name of being prudent. Thank you.
Commissioner Forso.
Thanks. I have just taking a step sideways maybe to understand the water utility. For gas and electric, you always break down for us what percentage of the commodity is consumed by different customer classes. And I noted in the report that water customers by number of customers is 81% residential, single family, and 19% other, which includes multifamily, residential, and commercial, and so forth. Do you have a breakdown on just residential versus commercial? How much of our water is being used? Anything along those lines?
Yes, the residential water usage is about 63% of the total water usage. I need to look to get an exact number for how much is the,
63 is pretty,
Yeah,
it's close
63.
enough. I don't need decimal points.
Okay.
Thank you. Got it. And then my other question was in the financial plan, page 6, there's a comment. Palo Alto's capital costs were lower than budgeted in fiscal year 2022, which surprised me in an environment where capital costs are always going up and up. Can you speak to what happened such that costs were lower? Did we just not do projects we thought we were going to do, or?
So the capital budget is really not changing very much. It's just that there's some shifts between year to year. I mean, the 5-year capital budget is not changing really in the water utility. It hasn't fluctuated much, but in that year, there was some deferrals where they didn't complete the work. And I think that happens often because the capital work can take a little bit longer to complete.
Would you characterize it as business as usual, or there were unanticipated delays or supply chain, or if work was deferred, what was the cause?
I think it just was work that was that needed more than 1 year to complete and was not
It was,
completed
it was
in that
never
year.
going to complete in 1 year, but it had to be budgeted in that year.
I think I'm going to look up and see if I can find some more specifics about the project that was deferred.
Got it. And then my other question is about, from the very front page, the recommendation, Part C of the recommended resolution, approving a transfer from 3 million to the rate of up to 3 million from the rate stabilization reserve to the operations reserve. And I looked up the handy dandy chart of what reserve fund does what. And it says that the operations reserve is for contingencies. And so I'm confused why the suggestion to transfer from rate stabilization to operations. Yeah, I'm just confused why that transfer is recommended.
So to just make sure I understand, you're asking about the rate stabilization reserve transfer from to the operations reserve. The idea behind that, there's $9 million in the rate stabilization reserve. And the idea is to use 3 million each year for 3 years in order to mitigate the need to increase rates. So it's not really to do with specific CIP spending. It's really just to cover the costs.
That is the mechanism by which rates are stabilized, is by transferring out of rate stabilization into operations.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. That helps.
Vice Chair Johnston.
So you may have just answered the question, but if I look at slide 8, which is the stack chart showing showing our expenses and the rates, it looks like we are going to have expenses are going to exceed revenues until at least FY 2027. Am I reading that correctly?
That's right.
Okay, and so we're going to be using the rate stabilization reserves to make up that difference, basically, for those years. FY
That's right. Yes.
2026.
At the end of fiscal year 2022, we had $9 million in the rate stabilization reserve and $14 million in the operations reserve. So those funds are available to prudently use to manage the rate increase. Yes.
And that's what makes up the difference between our costs and our revenues.
Yes, that together with the funds in the CIP reserve.
I'm wholly on board with this. I just want to make sure that I'm reading it right.
Yes.
I think this is a good plan. And I think it's a good plan in part because when you look at the first chart that we were presented, which shows the overall bill impact of the changes across all of the utilities, the water utility has the largest single item, $6.90 a month. So I think using reserves that we have for this purpose, using them to keep the bills down makes a lot of good sense.
Any other commissioner comments? I guess I would agree in the short run. I like the idea of using the reserves to keep down bills. I don't, FY 2026 makes me a little bit nervous, but I guess we have a lot of time between now and then to decide what to do about rates. So with that, I guess I have one other comment just generally, which is in the future, is there any way to better align cost savings in water with customers who conserve? I know we have a lot of limitations with laws and regulations, but I worry that what's happening over time is the customers who have been I don't want to put a judgment, but customers who have put more effort into conservation are not getting as much of a benefit in some of the rate changes as those who use more water. And so it's just sort of a thought for the future.
Yeah, I would just say that, the customers that conserve would save money on their bill from that in the short term. And that your idea is something that we can think about when we do our next cost of service update to the rates, and that we can also think about as we are designing our drought surcharge rates that we're not proposing right now, but in the process for the future.
Great. And with that, do we have a motion to adopt a resolution that one approves the FY 2024 water utility financial plan, two approves a transfer of up to 3.746 million from the capital improvement program reserve to the operations reserve in FY 2023, and approving a transfer of up to 3 million from the rate stabilization reserve to the operations reserve in 2023. And then to increase the water utility rates via the amendment of rate schedules W1, W2, W3, W4, and W7 as we've discussed.
So moved.
Second.
Great. And we'll start with you, Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Commissioner Forcell.
Yes.
Commissioner Bowie,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnston,
Yes.
Commissioner Scharf,
Yes.
and I also approve. Great. Well, we are quite a bit ahead of schedule. I don't know, should we keep going and take a break after the next one, or do you feel like you want a break now? A break? Okay, sorry. To keep going. Okay, so let's come back at 6:30 then.
Are we going to take the full break now?
Well, I thought, well, yeah, so we'll take one break. Or you want a 5-minute break now? How about a 5-minute bio break now? We'll come back at 6:15 and we'll plow through one more before we take a bigger break.
Great.
We're back. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We are now on item 3, which is the gas utility financial plan. Are there any comments from the public?
This is Janelle Camion, Program Assistant. If anyone from the public would like to speak on item number 3, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. No hands raised.
Great. And I believe we'll have a presentation for this item as well.
Big thanks to whoever just alerted me I was on mute. So Jonathan Abendschein, Assistant Director. Going to the gas utility, you'll remember the overall story here with the gas utility was we had extreme prices for gas during this winter. Prices are coming down over the next few months. People start to see lower bills on their March utility bills. But distribution rates are currently below costs. Distribution revenues are currently below costs, and so we do need to increase rates in July. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. So I just want to refresh people's memories, and for folks who are new to the gas rates, we have 2 major categories to our gas rates. We have our gas supply rates, and that's made up of 4 components. The first is a commodity that reflects the cost of the gas purchased in the market. Transmission is the cost to transport that gas to Palo Alto. And then we have 2 environmental charges. One is for the cap and trade program. It's mandated that we participate in that. It's a state program. And then we have our City of Palo Alto carbon neutral gas portfolio charge for buying offsets. These rates pass through the actual costs the utility incurs. They vary monthly, quarterly, or even less frequently according to the changes in our costs for these components. Distribution rates, on the other hand, represent the cost for the city to maintain its gas distribution system to transport gas from the edge of Palo Alto to customers, to run our customer service center, et cetera. And that's the component where we're requesting a rate increase in July. Currently, distribution rates are 20% below cost. They're only recovering 80% of the actual cost of running the utility. Reserves are very low right now, and so we're unable to really phase in a set of rate increases over time to match those costs and revenues. So we're requesting a 21% distribution rate increase on July 1st, which translates into about an 8% increase in the overall bill. We are projecting overall gas supply costs to be lower in FY 2024, about 36% lower than they were this year. The net effect on utility bills is we expect people to pay about 13% less in FY 2024 than they did in FY 2023. These projections are very uncertain, and there is a lot of volatility in the gas market. One of the things we're requesting feedback on in the gas utility this year is the general fund transfer. And so in last November, Measure L passed, which changed the methodology for the general fund transfer to a percentage of revenues from the methodology it was had before. The measure says that you transfer 18% of the gas utility gross revenues, but council can choose to transfer less, and that gives council the flexibility to respond to changing conditions in the gas markets or for the gas utility as a whole. This chart shows the amount of the general fund transfer if we transfer 18% of revenues each year, and that's the blue bars there on the right. Because of the significant increases in gas market prices and increases in gas supply costs, most of which frankly started last fall, those could lead to significant increases in the transfer amount over the next few years. An alternative that we're offering is to transfer 15.5% for FY 2024 and continuing transfers. If the city were to continue to transfer less than 18% over the future years, it would yield a growth in the general fund transfer that matches about CPI, Consumer Price Index. And that's pretty similar to the growth rate prior to the passage of Measure L. And we're looking for the UAC and Finance Committee to make a recommendation to Council on which alternative to pursue. The rate increases, and I'm going to jump ahead here. The rate increases that are in the financial plan, which are shown here, again, leaving aside the swings in supply cost changes, are based on alternative 2. So they're assuming those lower than 18% transfers. And this is the rate trajectory. Just as an aside, what you see here is the these changes in rates with the supply costs included. I can come back to this later if anyone would like to ask questions about this. But the thing I really want to highlight here is the conditions of the reserves. So the reason, again, like I mentioned earlier, we're expecting that by the end of FY 2023, the reserves are going to be significantly below the minimum guideline levels and below even the risk assessment levels. We're in this rate proposal, we are projecting that, or we're requesting that the council approve a rate plan that maintains these reserves below the minimum for several years, getting back above the minimum in FY 2027. To do otherwise would require significantly higher rate increases, even into the double digits. And so we're not proposing that at this time. The condition of the reserves this year is, as I mentioned before, resulting from the spike in energy prices, not all of which not all of the costs were passed through to customers.
Can I, sorry to interrupt, but
Please.
With this reserve projection, which transfer rate is assumed in this?
Yep, so I'm coming to this. So we assumed alternative 2 for these rate projections that I'm just showing you, but we did model what rate increases would be required for alternative 1, and that's shown in this chart here. Alternative 2 requires 8% rate increase in FY24, and then 7 and 5 in the following 2 years. Alternative 1 requires a 9% increase this year, 10 next year, and 8 the following year. Did that cover your question?
Well, I was specific to the operations reserve projections. Does the transfer impact that?
Thank you. Yes. No, these reserve projections this is a reserve projection for alternative 2, but the 2 reserve projections are very similar. We tried to match them to allow for a apples to apples comparison. So this is the recommendation. We're requesting that the UAC recommend to the Finance Committee to recommend the council adopt the following resolutions. And I just want to point out here, this item D, unfortunately it's bulleted instead of lettered here, but we're asking for the UAC and Finance Committee to specify the recommended percent of gas utility gross revenues, either alternative 1 or alternative 2, or a different recommendation entirely for the transfer to the general fund in FY 2024. We are recommending an 18% transfer in FY 2023. Gas utility gross revenues in FY 2021 were low enough that transferring 18% in FY 2023 results in a transfer that is very much in line with the prior year's transfers. So there aren't really, I think, alternatives to consider for FY 2023. So that's our staff recommendation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jonathan. And I just want to thank the staff because I recognize that there's an enormous amount of work involved in this. So I do appreciate it. First of all, how confident are we with respect to our confidence level that projected gas supply costs are going to decrease by 36%? If we had a scale of 1 to 5, 5 very confident, 1 we're not confident at all.
I guess what I'd say is that there's a lot of volatility in the markets right now. There is a lot of uncertainty. I'm not sure I would give you an answer on a 1 to 5 rating, but I think that these projections could change. They could get worse or they could get better. But right now, the market indications, the forward prices and the quotes that we're getting from marketers, they don't see indications in the market right now of a similar winter as last year. In addition, we're looking at hedging alternatives for next year as well, which is another factor. But I acknowledge that projection could change, and people may see, there are scenarios where people could see gas bills rise again next winter.
Thank you. So I guess my concern is dipping below even the risk assessment. I view that as risky, quite frankly. But I think what I'm hearing from the presentation is that it didn't matter if I chose 18% or 15%, we're still going to dip below risk assessment. Is that correct?
It is correct. And then I'll also add, and I meant to mention this during the presentation, that because we expect that we have ways that if we have an emergency demand for cash that exceeds our reserves, that we have ways that we can manage that within the organization as a whole. So that's why we're comfortable with this recommendation. If we were looking at low reserve levels across the entire organization or difficulties accessing credit, I think we would be a little more circumspect about this sort of a recommendation.
Measure L caps us at 18%. Is that correct?
Measure L specifies that the transfer will be 18% unless the council chooses a different amount to transfer.
But they don't specify.
%.
Could not.
Could not. The council could choose 18% or less than 18%. Measure L sets the transfer at 18% unless the council chooses otherwise.
I see. Okay. Okay. I guess that's all the comments I have.
Vice Chair Johnston.
So I guess I'm going to follow on the Commissioner Smith's concern about the certainty with which we feel of this coming decrease, projected decrease in gas supply prices. And you had mentioned using a hedging strategy, and maybe could you expand on that? As how could we use hedging to lock in lower gas prices for the future?
Well, I'll ask. So hedging locks in gas prices. It may not lock in lower gas prices. It locks in gas prices, and so what the risk that you take when you hedge is that you may be missing out on even lower gas prices than when you purchased. We used to have a hedging strategy where we would buy laddered purchases up to 3 years in advance. There are other strategies that you could use where you're just focusing on hedging, a few months in advance. right now, our strategy is to hedge 1 month in advance. So we do have a hedging strategy right now. And all of those different strategies have costs and they have risks that they protect against, but and they have trade-offs. And so we're going to look at evaluating a few different options and bringing those to council in the coming months. And I'll turn to Carla Daly, our acting Assistant Director for Utilities Resource Management. And if you want to add anything to what I just said.
She respectfully declines.
Okay, good. I'm glad I covered that well enough.
Okay, well, I mean, obviously, the concern that we all have, the community has, is are we going to see a repeat of what happened? And anything that we can do to provide some certainty on that, I think would be very important. I had another question. I can't find it now, but I think you, somewhere in the presentation, there was something that showed that, oh, I see where it is. Yes, on page 12 of the staff report, you compare our gas bills with PG&E gas bills in January of 2023. And I just wondered why PG&E was able to come in so much lower, whereas normally we're lower.
That's a question that we have as well. And we'll keep looking into it. I don't want to speculate necessarily on this. I will say that PG&E does have a winter hedging program, but so do SDG&E and SoCal Gas, and both of them experienced the same spikes that Palo Alto did. Our competitiveness really didn't change at all relative to those utilities. So there's something PG&E did or didn't experience. They have a different setup. They are one of the largest gas utilities in the country. They're one of the largest gas storage operators in the country. I do expect that as people start to look into what happened with Western gas prices, that we'll learn more about how PG&E, what PG&E's experience was during that time, because they are such a large player in the market that there's going to be something I expect that comes out of those investigations, but we're not in a position to know that right now.
So I think I'm glad we're looking at it. There may be lessons for us to learn there. And I think when we know, it would be useful to put something out to the community, because again, I think people in the community understand that we're normally lower than PG&E, and when we're higher, we should explain why. My last comment really just is on the various alternatives. I think the alternative 2, kind of making transfers that would make sure that the amounts transferred to the general fund follow a kind of a logical progression. 6% increases or increases equal to CPI makes a lot of sense to me, and I would support that.
Commissioner Scharf.
Thanks. So I actually also would support the transfers closer to the CPI. I don't think that was the intent of the voters, was to provide windfalls when gas prices, when the commodity price spikes like it did. So I commend staff for bringing that forward and thinking that through. And I hope council will also take that up. So when we get a chance, I would definitely recommend, as Commissioner Johnson just said, that we go with the lower 15, I think it was a 15.5, something like that. Whatever that would bring us to the 3%. I wanted to ask one question on the hedging strategy. Before you go to council, you're going to come to the UAC, because I'd like you to, on the hedging strategies.
Yes, no, we'll definitely cut. This is definitely a UAC discussion item as well. Carla, please let me know if I'm overstepping on that one.
So I'll say that I remember when I was on the council, when we actually had a hedging strategy, the ladder strategy you talked about 3 years out. And I remember lots of discussions about that. And I remember when we voted to get rid of it. What we tended to find, right, was that there was less volatility, but our prices were higher over the long term. And so you can buy less volatility, but at the end of the day, people will pay more for their gas. And that's really the trade-off. I mean, we are not going to hedge in a way except by pure luck that beats the market. That, we're not energy traders, and I think that'd be a really tough call for our staff. So I don't think it's anything we can do to reduce volatility. I think it's a balancing issue. And I think we have to be really careful that because we just had this huge spike, that we don't then lock in high prices, because we don't really know what the market's going to do. And I remember that we were, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my recollection on the laddering is that we were consistently higher than PG&E at the time over the long run, because they didn't use the same hedging strategy that we use.
So yeah, there were a lot of things going on at the time. It depended. So part of what was going on was PG&E, it seemed like they were underinvesting in their system at that time. And as they started to ramp up investment, it became more competitive because we were ahead on system investment back then. But there was a time when gas prices were dropping, where PG&E was passing those savings through to customers, and our prices were higher for several years. And that is the kind of thing that can happen as gas prices are higher right now. I think your point is really well taken. And one thing that I had meant to share earlier, and if it's okay, I'd like to share now, but there's a chart we have that really drives home just how extreme these January gas prices were, which I think goes to some of the questions that have been coming up about about our expectations for next winter. Let me jump ahead here. This is the historical prices for the last few years. And you can see prices were, around between 30 to 50 cents per therm up until 2022, when they started to rise to 70 cents to $1, and then up to $4 to $5 per therm. And I'm giving you the per therm prices because that's more familiar, but this chart does show it in dollars per million BTU, which is just therms times 10, just the price per therm times 10. But you can see in January, that price spike was extreme. We haven't seen anything like it. I went back as far as the energy crisis and I hadn't seen anything that high. So I look forward to finding out what drove, what drove prices that high for the conditions that we experienced. There was something extreme and unusual that happened that month.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. And so that was really the comments that I had. When we get back to a motion, we can deal with it.
Commissioner Forso.
Yeah, let's see, I have kind of a mixed bag of questions. One was asked of me by a concerned customer wondering about the relationship between any individual customer's billing cycle and the day they get billed, and the variability of gas rates. If you imagine different ways it works, you can imagine people who are billed on a certain day getting hit with a different price than people who are 2 weeks offset from that, depending on the bid wheat price. So can you talk about that a little bit, how that works?
Thanks for asking that question. So we bill people for their usage during a particular month at the price for that month. So if somebody has a billing cycle that crosses from January into February, and half of it is in January and half of it is in February, half of their consumption will be billed at the January rate and half at the February rate. So how much you pay for gas it's not just luck of the draw about when your meter happens to be read. We do make sure that your consumption for each month is billed at the appropriate rate for each month. We don't bill an entire billing cycle worth of gas at one rate, and then a person who has a meter read the next day gets an entire month billed at a different rate. We split the consumption between the 2 months.
That helps. Thank you. But of course, the utility has no idea whether if their consumption was largely weighted towards January, February for that hypothetical customer, but
That's right.
yeah,
That's true.
maybe with AMI someday.
Yes.
Okay, next question. Let's see. So you said Measure L doesn't use quite the same methodology as was used in the past. Did it net out the same? Was it about 18% of gross revenues that was transferred to the general fund in the past?
Yes, historically, for the historical years, if you look back for at least five or 6 years, the transfer amount was roughly 18%. It varied a little bit, but it was in the ballpark of 18%. And with the increase in gas prices, the pre-Measure L transfer is now a smaller percentage of current gas revenues, which is why we brought the two alternatives.
That makes sense. And I share the sentiment of some of the other commissioners that have spoken that, as Commissioner Scharf put it, that I don't think the intent of the voters was to create a windfall when commodity prices went way up. So I also support the staff's suggestion of a 15.5%. But that makes me think about, speaking of relief for gas customers, the Miriam Green settlement that was going to return some funds to customers out of the general. Be real convenient if people got some rate relief from that situation in approximately this time frame.
Yeah.
I can't speak to that. I'm sorry.
Dean Batchelor was about to start talking.
Sorry about that. Yep, please.
That's all right, Jonathan. So I had a conversation last week about this to find out, if there's a thought process that we can release some of that funding. That is actually, I've pushed that to the legal side because I've not had a conversation with legal yet to find out when those funds are actually going to be released, because it's in the tune of about right around $15 million. So it would be helpful during this period of time. So I had the same thought, and I'm waiting to hear back from Molly's staff on this to find out where that's at.
Thanks. Just two other questions. One is the cap and trade allowance costs were mentioned a few times in the report. And if I understood it correctly, the city received some allowances, were required by law to sell them on the marketplace, and then were required by law to buy allowances back to cover our usage. Do we buy and sell at the same price, or do we, is this a net cost or a net revenue, or does it vary? Can you talk about kind of how that works and how it affects the financial state of the utility?
I'm actually not sure that I can talk about. Well, so I can talk about it in broad terms. I can't talk specifically about our bidding strategy or consignment strategy. And that's actually by the regulations, by CARB's own regulations to prevent market manipulation. But what I can say about it is that the money that we receive from auctioning off the allowances that we can auction, we have to hold that aside for the specific purposes in the regulation. So we can't net it against our purchases. Instead, we actually have to purchase a certain amount and pass that cost directly through to customers to provide a price signal related to the price of carbon in the cap and trade program. So
Thank
they
you.
don't net against
I'm
each
remembering
other.
now that was in the report. And so can you talk about so the auctioning, the revenues that we raise from auctioning off that can only be used for specific uses. What are some of those uses?
So the regulation allows for them to be used for carbon reducing activities, and they list a few different carbon reducing activities, or they can be returned to customers in the form of a climate credit, but it cannot be tied to consumption if you return it in the form of a climate credit. We also have our own local policies adopted by council back in, I think, in 2014 for the gas utility that list the specific uses in Palo Alto, and they have a list of emissions reducing activities, gas efficiency. I think we talked to you folks last fall, we talked to the council last fall about amending that to include building electrification. So that's on the list as well. And other sorts of emission reducing activities related to the gas ratepayers. The other policy is that these funds have to be used for the benefit of the gas ratepayers as well. So that's the other policy. And then the last piece in our local regulations is that no climate credits can be issued without council approval.
Very interesting. Thank you. All right, I have one final question / comment. If our plan calls for our reserves to get very low, in fact, below the whatever we call that lowest line, below the risk assessment, and reading in the report that we were only saved from dipping even further into the reserves by upping the per therm pass-through from $2 to $4. It feels kind of vulnerable to another price spike now that we don't have the reserves, to the actual costs going above our new cap of $4 per therm. So my question is, should it be $6 or something? Just the double whammy of not having a high enough cap and now at this point not having much in the way of reserves. Is that something that council should consider adopting?
So I think that's something we'd like to consider in the context of hedging strategies, because a price cap can complement a hedging strategy.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Commissioner Bowie.
Yes, thanks for the presentation, and thanks to fellow commissioners for all the questions and comments so far. My questions are around, again, sort of looking at falling below the risk assessment and the potential for customer defection. We're implementing a variety of programs right now that are leading towards electrification. It seems as though large customers could look at those price spikes and take their own hedging strategy of electrifying and sort of moving off. I don't know about how those pricing strategies work with customers, if they can fully disconnect and no longer be subject to a distribution rate. So that may be my threshold question of whether customers can remove themselves entirely from our distribution rates. And if so, 2026, that there could be a significant number of defections as well. So is this something that is a legitimate concern, or is that something that should be built in? I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's a good question, and it's not only a legitimate concern; it's actually an objective of council policy is to have people disconnect from the gas system over the long term, we are working on a financial strategy for this. We've done some preliminary analysis a few years back, and what matters is how you have to plan the disconnections carefully and encourage them to take place in a certain order to enable the careful pruning back of the gas system. It's possible. So I think that the gas price spikes will probably drive more interest in electrification. But there is, but this is something that's built into our expectations for the gas utility over the long term. And we're working on a plan right now to make sure that we manage that that gradual decline in sales while still being able to run a gas utility reliably and safely for the remaining, safely, and cost effectively for the remaining customers.
So, thank you. Yeah, and I'm aware of that, that's the long-term process. I think my concern here is lining it up with the risk assessment boundaries of 2025 and eventually having that land on customers that may not have the ability to defect, thinking of sort of the multifamily, multi-metered residential tenants, people who don't have access to their own pieces, are they going to end up experiencing that, in some way at that stage?
So you're absolutely right. This is a concern of ours as well. I don't think that there's any reserve level that can protect against that risk. I think the risk of another price spike is probably a real risk and a real issue that we have to work with. When we did analysis on this a few years back, we sort of, as a very preliminary analysis, figured out that it could be possible to prune back the residential portions of the system and run a multifamily and non-residential smaller gas utility, even with significant declines in gas use for those sectors, at prices that we were comparable to the prices we would have seen without those gas sales decline. So it really matters how you do it, because if you instead don't disconnect those residential portions of the gas system and instead have a really extensive gas system that's really just delivering gas for, say, cooking purposes, you end up with exactly the challenge you're talking about of high prices. There are some different strategies, I think, that we can consider for that long term. It may be that we need to find another source of funding long term to protect consumers that have trouble transitioning. We need to provide funding for people to transition who can't afford it themselves. And there also, another possibility, long term might be transfers from the electric utility to the gas utility. As one increases, the other decreases. These are all possibilities that we're going to try and study here over the next year, but we don't have a definitive answer on how to protect against that risk yet. I think we do have enough time to develop that strategy, and I'm less concerned about that the sales declines in the context of this reserve, because that's an issue that we're not going to be able to protect against with reserves.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you.
I've got Commissioner Forcell's questions about the cap and trade raised one issue for me. When I look at the reserve transfers on page 9 of the staff report, we're building up very significant amounts in the cap and trade reserve. In fact, I'm not sure whether they're within if they aren't larger than the maximum that's shown on the chart here. I understand that we can only use those for limited purposes, but are we using them at all? Because we seem to be building up very large amounts.
So we're just starting to use them, and I don't expect we're going to see these amounts of money in the reserves for a whole variety of reasons. We're spending the first $1.5 million on the heat pump water heater program, and I expect we'll be, as we roll out more climate action plan programs, that we'll be running this reserve down pretty quickly.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Metz.
Hi, yes, first of all, I'd just like to thank everyone for all the work that went into this. Obviously, immense task, especially after losing people who historically have worked on it. I wanted to touch on first the gas operations reserve. Several commissioners have raised that and raised the concern of risk if this doesn't go according to plan. So I won't dwell on that, but I'd like to urge that we re-examine this, that we, go back and look, what would we need to do in order to get the reserve above the minimum in a shorter period of time than 3 years? I think, there's a lot of comments that suggest that we feel that would be very risky. The other thing I'd like, just a housekeeping thing that I think goes into that, would be to separate the components of the operations reserve, which combine the gas distribution funds rate stabilization reserve. And I think that's a broader problem in the gas financial plan, namely that it kind of convolutes the distribution costs with the commodity gas costs. And I think that, muddies where we're getting into trouble. I think obviously, the commodity costs have been a huge issue, but I think separating those would be just a hygienic thing to make it easier to understand, what we're doing. So I think that would be the first thing. In terms of the commodity price spike, to me, this really shouts out, and other people have commented on this, but it shouts out the need for a quality program, namely, what's the root cause? How do we get into trouble? And, you guys have, I think, better deep insight into some of the things and some of the alternatives, but then how can we improve it? I think this one is such a big problem that, and obviously a very public one, that the city council and all the residents and ratepayers and so on are very concerned about, that it requires a visible analysis, visible and transparent analysis to address, what happened and what are we doing to improve it. So that's just a recommendation. I had a question, sort of a two-part question about the distribution reserve. And the first part is, why are we depleting the distribution reserve to pay for commodity costs, right? It seems to be allowed according to the financial plan, but, I question whether this is wise because, as I kind of talked about before, it masks the true drivers of costs and impedes our ability to make good decisions on cost control and our price structure. And, closely related to that, we're proposing a 21% distribution rate increase. But if I read the thing correctly, on page 7, 49% of the proposed distribution rate increase has gone to replenish the distribution reserve, which was depleted to pay for high gas commodity costs. So, I think all this is allowed, but still it just seems like a really bad business practice to, any company can take money from their sales budget to pay for operations or materials or whatever. Maybe that's allowed, but it just seems like a bad business practice. So, and, part of that is, why would we increase the distribution rate to pay for commodity gas? That seems not to make sense to me. And again, it masks where we're really getting into trouble, which is we did get into trouble, which is the commodity gas. So, I think we should separate those. And I just like to raise this as a broader issue, particularly in the gas and electric financial plans. And this has been alluded to by some of the other commissioners, this moving of money between reserve funds that are not really related, like CIP to operations or to commodities. That just doesn't make sense to me. And I think it's a bad business practice that sort of impedes our ability to make good decisions. So maybe you could address specifically the distribution reserve and the distribution rate increase. in terms of whether that makes sense versus what we use the money for, namely commodity gas purchases.
So I think, and so first off, I just want to say that the ideas that you're raising there, I think are worth investigating, and especially as we assess what we could do differently to more accurately and closely track the drivers of our different costs over the next year in the wake of this year's price spikes. I think this will be one of the things we do look at. So thank you. At the end of the day, if you do have separate reserves for these different purposes, and one of them gets wiped out, you will end up needing to tap into other reserves to keep your utility healthy. And there are business conditions that can just drive that sort of a situation. We want to avoid them as much as we possibly can, but when we end up in that situation, we have to do something to keep the utility's financial position healthy. So there's no arrangement of reserves, I think, that can completely protect against that. But I do think it's important for us to look over the next year and see how we can manage our cost tracking systems more tightly to surface any issues that happen sooner. I think it is worth reexamining those practices.
I agree with the point. Obviously, we need to pay our bills every month and pay for construction and so on. And, I accept the need for reserves to deal with those things. But I would more like to see something like, which is talked about a little bit in some cases, borrowing from one reserve to another to make sure that we pay our bills on time. But at the same time, recognizing over 2 years, for example, the gas commodity reserve is totally off the rails. And therefore, we didn't put enough money into that reserve so that we pay our bills and make the sources of problems that we're having visible, rather than kind of, in this case, I mean, raising the distribution rate 21%, I think really misleads about where our costs are. And I think that's kind of subject to challenge.
No, well, and I can't speak to it being subject to challenge, but I can say that where we made a conscious effort to minimize the amount of those sorts of transfers that we did this year. And I think we're going to keep focused on that in future financial plans as well. So the point is well taken.
I think that's it. I'd like to touch, there's a similar thing in the electric plan, which I'd like to touch on.
Yes.
But I'd just like to raise a broad concern about how the reserves are used for purposes that, are at least they're allowed within our rules, but are still maybe not the greatest business practice.
Yeah, and my comments are meant for both the gas and the electric utilities, and I mean for all of our utilities. I mean, I think we obviously we were moving under some complicated conditions this year, so we weren't able to spend as much time, I think, on these financial plans as we would have liked to focus on those sorts of longer term business practice issues. But we did flag them. We did try to do everything we could to address them this year. We're going to keep working on it in future years.
Okay. Well, again, thank you very much.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thanks. I want to just pose a question to the commission and to staff about this. Stating the obvious first is that the whole issue of all the utilities, the gas prices have just been horrific and shocking, and it's affecting all of us. And there's a lot of pain in the community on this. And I think the community is beginning to understand the spike from the Ukraine war and so on. I think we can communicate that the prices now worldwide are cratering. So there's some confidence that what you're proposing in terms of this plan is going to work. I really appreciate the caution that you're putting into this in that regard, because it might spike again, who knows, because of all kinds of factors. And also the caution that you're putting into this draining of the reserves. But the question I'm setting up here is that the what if question is, what if council looks at this and says, look, we just went through this pain. We're probably going to give back a little bit of a rebate, whatever we can afford. That's under advisement at this point from staff, and we will act on that. But if you go to finance and they say, we just don't think that the citizens should tolerate an 8% increase. What are the fallback plans, if any? And I'm not suggesting that you have to have any. I'm suggesting you might get that question. And I thought I would raise it here in case the commission wanted to talk about that in terms of going anywhere from saying, here's 5 alternatives, here's the things we can cut out, or saying under no circumstances we can't. But I just thought it was worth raising the question for some debate.
Would you like me to speak to that, or would you like that for commission discussion?
I was proposing it for commission discussion, but obviously that's interactive with staff because you can answer some of those questions.
I'm happy to answer any questions on that front.
Did you want to?
Jonathan, do you want to start? Do you want me to start?
Well, I guess that what I would say on that front is that some of the alternatives that we have tend to be limited in the gas utility, and the gas utility is one of the utilities with the highest safety obligations, both regulatory and just best practice and moral obligations. The opportunities that we have generally to cut costs to the level that we're that would require cutting back on capital investment in the gas utility, slowing down of projects like the cross-border program, or significant cuts to operational staff, because we don't have the bandwidth anymore to absorb any of these cuts in reserves. Dean, did I cover that? Did I cover that?
Yeah, I think so. Thanks,
Great.
Jonathan. Yeah, the only thing I could add to that would be is that, as Jonathan said, is that, we would actually get into cutting out CIP program. So we would have to reduce the amount of CIP that we would do on that. As Jonathan mentioned, there's about $800,000 in a cross-bore program, which is another safety portion that for the gas system. And I think the thing is we would have to go to council if they would say, we need 2% more off, or whatever that amount would be, then we would have to explain what those safety factors are, and is the council willing to take on those risks, I guess, because there's really nothing else, or we would have to look at, add some resources, maybe some O&M expenses, cut out some things in that area. There's not very much in those areas. The largest pieces are in the CIP, and like I said, this cross-border program, that's a 4-year program. So I think we can talk about that and talk about the risks. And I think yourself and the rest of the commission or council would have to make some tough decisions then.
The only other thing that occurs to me, I would tread very, very carefully on trying to cut actual utility costs. There's the carbon offset program, which is a policy decision that council could take a different direction on. I don't think it saves a lot of money. And then there's the general fund transfer, which is another thing that wouldn't hurt the gas utility's ability to operate safely and reliably. I think it would be a shame to set a precedent right out the gate, having one Measure L to not utilizing it, but that would be the other thing that council could consider.
I would also add that sometimes I worry that council gets very caught up on percentage numbers rather than dollar amounts. We held rates for 2 years during COVID. And so this isn't extravagant. This is catching up where we're operating at a deficit. And I think it's important for the community to understand the community benefited from those they reduced rates, right? They're under market rates. Utilities are expensive. It's really unfortunate. They're very expensive. They're very expensive everywhere in California. People are struggling. We do have programs. I think it's much more important to emphasize the programs to help those people who are really struggling than to put the utilities at risk. When you look at the level of reserves, we're already below the risk assessment. I mean, we are not operating, not a lot of parties going on in the utilities department. And so I would caution council to really think a little bigger than just a percent number. I do think in the past that has happened where there's just been resistance to a number. That's why I raised it when we were talking about, I think it was wastewater, where it was like a 3% difference, but it's 50 cents a month, right? It's just really important to identify what we're really talking about. I lost my train of thought there, but I do think it's important to think about what's being offered. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. The one place where I do think it's worth pushing the utility staff on in terms of costs is, every year, well, I guess two things. It's CIP, and at one point where we shifted to alternating years for projects was a savings, and maybe there are other ways to combine projects. I don't know if contractors even working with more than one, combining contractors or finding a contractor and giving them 3 different projects that are down the line. I don't know if that's allowed, but anyway, being more creative, thinking more out of the box, how to save on those projects, and also more creative on how to support staff and compensate staff in ways beyond just raising comp every year, whether it's providing housing stipends or housing or something where over a longer period of time we can help alleviate some of these costs that just keep going up every year, but they're not unique to us. I mean, you should see Southern California Edison. We should put those prices in our bills if you want to be shocked.
I just want to echo everything that my fellow commissioners have said. I think, COVID literally put us on hold. One of the reasons why this council approved, for example, the rec exchange program was because we were in need of money. And we purposely approved that so that the UAC, so that the city would have an ability to leverage that money that's available. We've recently agreed that that particular money from the rec exchange would go to decarbonization efforts, but should we get into a situation whereby we're not only below the risk assessment level, but we're in dire straits, I think we need to be a little more creative with respect to our how we spend that revenue. If this year is going to be a successful water year, and we all pray that it will be, then there is no reason why the rec exchange program won't be very, very successful this year. So that's something that I would put out there as an olive branch, if you will. But I think I would just like to echo the chair's comments is that for all intents and purposes, we put things on hold for 2 years and we put rates below our costs for 2 years. Pay for it, and we do need to bring things up to code, and we do have an old system as we're seeing tonight, and we've known for some time, and this conversation about replacing our old infrastructure will continue into the next several years. We all know this. We need to turn to electrification. We need to turn to our older electrical grid as well. So these are going to be massive conversations and massive amounts of money. So we're not, I guess my cautionary tale would be is we're really not in a position to offer rate discounts. Thank you.
I actually,
I think that was very, I think it was very helpful in terms of preparing for the next rounds for staff and for the commission. I would only add one other thing, which is that this city is going to grow. Our residents are going to grow in the next 10 years. So we have to have infrastructure that takes account of that growth because that's not a mirage, that's a reality.
no, and I really appreciate the question. We don't get a lot of opportunity. We haven't in the past to, kind of communicate to council. So it's great that you're asking the question. And I imagine if it comes up, you'll pass it along. On the very mundane, I had one question about the reserve graph. I'm just wondering why the reserves spike up in 2023, just the amount of reserves requirement.
So okay, I know what you're talking about here. This is the spike you see here in FY 2023 on this chart.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the guidelines are defined as a percentage of revenues for the year. So when we had this massive spike in electricity prices, gas prices and gas costs, that's driving an increase in the guideline levels. So I just leave it at that. It's a little bit artificial for FY 2023. And if we were to see something similar in the future, we probably would adjust for it going forward. But in this case, it doesn't affect the recommendations one way or the other because the future guideline levels are more reasonable.
Okay, that makes sense. And I had one other question on the reserves. By having multi-years below the risk assessment amount, does that impact any kind of bond rating or ability to borrow at any rate down the road? Should we need to do that?
I would have to talk to our administrative services department. So before weighing in on that, reserves do factor into bond ratings. The gas utility has one outstanding debt issuance that is due to expire in 3 years. And with the long-term outlook for the gas utility, we're not looking to issue debt in this utility. But I'll check with the administrative services department and make sure that I don't believe it's the case, but making sure that that's not a potential negative on our bond rating.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much it impacts this year's rates, but going forward, because sometimes the different utilities seem to be collateral for for other utilities. So I want, even if the gas utility itself might not be issuing a bond, if there's a bond issued by the electric utility, the gas utility, I thought in the past sometimes it's used as added collateral, and so
it is.
It could impact that.
It is and it could, except that we also, when we do the financial plans, we take a look at every debt issuance and make sure that we're meeting the guidelines, and we have enough reserves across all the utilities to meet all of our guidelines for different debt issuances.
Okay, thanks. I guess my last comment is I'm okay with the proposal for now, but I don't like, I mean, if anything, we're getting further below the risk assessment over time. And so I just think we want to revisit that next year. Any other comments? If I heard everyone, I think the recommendation is with the 15.5% transfer for 2023. So that's how I'm going to read the motion. Okay, so do we have a motion to adopt? We have a motion for the UAC to recommend that the Finance Committee recommend that council adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024 gas utility financial plan and amending the gas utility reserve management practice, which is the transferring of the revenue from the sale of the allocated carbon allowances, transferring up to 18% of gas utility gross revenues received during FY 2021 to the general fund in FY 2023, transferring up to 15.5% of gas utility gross revenues received during FY 2022 to the general fund in FY 2024, transferring up to 3.82 million from the CIP reserve to the operations reserve in FY 2023, and increasing gas rates by amending rate schedules G1, G2, G3, and G10 as proposed in the packet.
So I'll make that motion.
Great. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Great. Okay, we'll start with you, Greg.
I actually did just have one question for staff. It seems to me that, and I know we've been doing this all night, which is that we're recommending that the Finance Committee recommend that council adopt a resolution. It seems to me that we should just be recommending to the council. The Finance Committee is really advisory to council on most things. And they're advisory to council on this. They sort of play a similar role. I mean, they might disagree with our recommendation, but then would staff still bring it forward to council as this is the UAC's recommendation? Or would they say, well, that was just to the Finance Committee and then not move forward with it?
So we would reflect the UAC's separate recommendation as well. That wouldn't get lost in transmission to council.
Because anyway, go back and think about it. But it seems to me that the recommendation is really to the council. I understand that, but anyway, go back and think about it a little bit because I think it is to the council. I don't think it's to the Finance Committee. Anyway, I'll obviously vote yes.
Commissioner Bowie,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnston,
Yes.
Commissioner Forcell,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
This unfortunately needs work to address the fund issues that we've talked about, so I vote no.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So the motion passes. And now we will take a 20-minute break and reconvene at 7:45. Okay, welcome back. We are down to our last item, which is the electric utility. Are there any comments from the public?
This is Janelle Camion, Program Assistant. If anyone from the public would like to speak on item number 4, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. No hands raised.
Thank you. And I imagine we have a presentation for this as well.
We do. I'll be presenting. I'm getting set up on Zoom right now. Okay. Good evening, commissioners. As Jonathan mentioned earlier, my name is Micah Babbitt. I'm a resource planner, and I'm going to go through our electric financial plan and rate proposal. So our proposal results in essentially no change to our average system rates that customers will see if you compare their bills from today to what they'll see July 1st. There's a lot of different percentages in the presentation slides, and I just wanted to say up front that we're not trying to mislead, but just trying to explain what we're doing, and it's naturally confusing because of the hydro rate adjuster. So we're recommending to reduce the hydro rate adjuster by 50% and simultaneously increasing the base rates by 14%. And on net, this should have little change to customer bills. So if you look at the slide on the top right of this chart, you can see our system average rates with and without the hydro rate adjuster. And the first thing to note is that we kept rates flat during the pandemic. And then in April 2022, we activated the hydro rate adjuster. July 1st of 2022, we increased our base rates by 5%. And then this past December, council voted to increase the hydro rate adjuster, which went into play January 1st of this year. If you look out into our proposed or our forecasted period, we're increasing the base rates by 14%, but the system average rate is staying flat. So there's 5 different major drivers of our financial plan that I want to touch on tonight. The first and most important is that our costs are higher than our revenues, and they have been since FY21. The chart on the right, the blue line shows our revenues and the red bars show our costs. And starting in FY21, our costs started exceeding our revenues, and that only got worse in FY22 and continues to be the case in FY23. Even with the hydro rate adjuster turning on and increasing, we're still projecting that our costs will be above our revenues for FY23. So we're playing catch up. Naturally, this has been eating into our reserves. If you compare what we were forecasting last year this time to this year this time, we're projecting to be about $20 million lower in our operations reserves. We'll drop slightly below the minimum guidelines, but we'll still be above our risk assessment level. So the natural question, I think, then is what's driving our costs so much higher? And there's a multitude of factors, but one of the major contributing factors is the multiple years of drought we've seen. The graph on the bottom right of this chart shows a dotted blue line, which is a long-term average of our hydro projections based on 50-year averages. The green dots show what our hydro resources have actually generated over the past 5 years. And then this gray dotted line is what we're reducing our projections to moving forward. So we're reducing our hydro projections by 20% to be more conservative, with the hope that we won't have to activate the hydro rate adjuster moving forward as frequently. So the hydro year is off to a great start, as Dean and Jonathan both mentioned. This chart that I'm showing right now is dated February 2nd, but I checked it today, and the current level of precipitation shown on the blue line is currently at about 43.5 inches. And this is covering the Northern Sierra watershed, which is the main watershed that drives a lot of our hydro. An average year, this watershed sees about 53 inches of precipitation. And so currently for the full water year, we're about 80% there. And so this watershed's a little bit different than some of the other parts of California that have had more precipitation. So we're hopeful that that we'll finish the year above average. But even if that is the case, 12 to 24 months. Another contributing factor is significantly higher electric prices. Prices have increased 300% from 2020 to 2022. And if you compare our projections of what we thought last year to this year, those values have also increased about 2.5 to 3.5 cents per kilowatt hour. Lastly, this financial plan includes about $200 million of grid modernization investments that start as soon as this fiscal year. And those debt service costs start showing up in FY25 and grow to about $9.5 million in FY28. There's about 10 more detailed slides that I'm happy to cover if there's questions, but I'm going to go ahead and jump ahead to the staff recommendation. So the recommendation is to approve the fiscal year financial electric plan, approve the transfers shown on the screen, and to approve the rate changes that I discussed previously. Happy to address any questions or comments.
Commissioner comments, Commissioner Metz? Did you have some comments?
Hi, Mr. Babbitt, thank you very much for your presentation. One question I had was around the HRA adjuster. You know, it seems very kludgy and kind of rigid tool. You know, we just increased it a lot, and now we're talking about cutting it in half. And so, or that's the proposal. So I guess the question is, what's the plan to refine this and fix it and get to something, you know, that more accurately reflects our actual costs of electricity supply in real time without having, you know, to require city council to weigh in whenever there's a big change in energy prices?
Yeah, I guess I'd say there's two things. So the first change of increasing the base rates is really an attempt to bring our revenues in line with where we expect our costs to be. The second component is the hydro rate adjuster. And there's a couple of things that have changed that have caused us to change the hydro rate adjuster rate. The primary one being the cost of replacement power that we have to buy. And so one of the ways that we're planning to address not having to do that in the future is transitioning the rate into a power cost adjuster, which would be indexed to market prices that we pay. Right. And it could adjust on a quarterly or a monthly basis. So that's one of the things that is on our work tasks right now.
But that's not in the plan that we're looking at, correct?
It's not in the plan yet today. In addition to the electric financial plan, we're also working on a cost of service study for the electric utility. And that's one of the things that we're looking at as part of that study.
Okay. One other question, this is a small question, but one of the other commissioners was also wondering about it. How come the solar and NEM2 solar payment went up so much? It was like 60% increase from 10 cents to 16 something.
Yeah, it's ultimately tied to our avoided cost of electricity. So what we're paying is roughly the amount that it went up to.
Can you drill down a little bit on that while we're talking about, because there are two rates, both have changed, both say they're reflective of the exact same thing, and yet those rates the proposed rates are different.
Do they say that they're the exact same thing?
No, they don't say they are the exact same thing. They say the way the new rates were determined is based on the same thing.
It's the NEM 1 and NEM 2 cost, and one is 14 cents and one is 15 cents or something like that.
Yeah, so
I had the same question.
One is backward looking at what our actual costs were, and one is forward looking at what we expect our costs to be. I can provide a little more follow-up on that probably outside of this.
I could probably add a little bit of color. That these two programs are, I mean, they're two different ways of compensating for solar. And the NEM 1 is very much backward looking, while the NEM 2 is current. With NEM 1, you know, we're regularly looking back over an entire year and balancing surpluses against deficits. And with NEM 2, we don't do that. NEM 1 is governed by a set of regulations. NEM 2 is not. And the regulations that, so these two different methodologies are appropriate for these two different net energy metering programs. And in fact, the NEM 1 program, I believe, is, we'd have to look into it a little bit more just to get the exact regulations, but I believe it's the methodology is governed by the NEM 1 regulations. So we have a little more freedom with the NEM 2.
And I had one comment, which is, you know, per the discussion we had with the gas utility plan, that I think the shifting of money from reserve account to reserve account is a bad idea because it masks when our revenues and costs are out of alignment, you know, kind of papers over those. So, you know, I'd like to urge that we stop that practice.
Noted.
Please go ahead.
Sorry, what?
No, I said, please, you're going to comment. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, noted, I appreciate the comment and it's something that we're working to address or will work to address.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. So table 1, page 6, I noticed that in fiscal year.
Staff report or the
Staff report, sorry, staff report. So our proposed is a 14% increase in fiscal year 2024, and then 8% in 2025, followed by 5% thereafter. But if I scroll down to the percentage change in the total system average rate, I noticed that we dipped down by 3%. Is there any benefit to that?
To dipping down?
Yeah. Why wouldn't we just try to keep that at 0?
I think it's a fair comment. The current assumption in that is that we would completely remove the hydro rate adjuster, and that's just effectively where the math works out. But it might be more prudent to just keep it at 0. But it would mean, in order for it to be a system average rate of 0%, then we would need to be increasing the base rates by some offsetting amount.
Yeah, so you would go from like 8% to 9% or something like that.
Yep.
I guess that's what I'm asking. Given to your, I think it was your first or second slide, where in this costs are greater than revenue conversation, the sooner we get revenues over costs, the faster, or revenues equal to costs, the ideal. Sooner we get there, it's going to be better for everything, including the reserves.
Yeah, I think, so we're actually planning to finish the cost of service analysis this year and recommend some additional rate changes, hopefully in October of this year. And one of those will be to restructure the hydro rate adjuster into a power cost adjuster.
Okay.
And when we do that, we would also change the projection for FY25.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
Yep.
We're not talking about what's going to happen this fiscal year. It's following. Thank you.
At slide 10, I think this really illustrates the point we were discussing earlier about the gas rates and the effect of having held the electric rate to no increase for those 2 years during the pandemic, when we were seriously dipping into the reserves to match our expenses. It would be interesting to know what if we had increased rates 5% those 2 years, what kind of an increase would we be looking at now? my guess is it would be much lower than 14%. And it kind of explains why we have these, what would seem to be large increases. We're really, as we've discussed before, really paying back the debt that we incurred, the deficit that we incurred during the pandemic. And obviously we have to do that. We have to do it at some point. It's just now's the time. It's fortunate on the electric side, it's fortunate we can offset that by lowering the hydro rate adjuster so that the impact on the bill is minimal or nothing. But yeah, it is important for people to understand that they have gotten a benefit in the past, and now we're just catching up. That's really my only comment.
Couple questions. Starting with a comment, I'm actually really glad to see the staff is lowering the hydroelectric forecast to represent a new normal. And my question is, what percentage in a new average year, what percentage of the city's electric load do we predict is met with hydro?
So it's hydro has contributed anywhere from 40 to 50% of our load. And so a 20% reduction of 40% would be 10% less. So I think we'd be projecting 30% of our load would be met from hydro.
And when we had that whole discussion of the geothermal PPA opportunity, was that already taking into account the sort of lower forecast for hydroelectric?
It wasn't, but one of the things that we were debating internally was how long the geothermal deal would make us. So whether or not we should sign the geothermal PPA and simultaneously sell energy, because it will make us long depending on what you suspect we're going to get from hydro. So we've reduced those expectations.
So our forecast is to be less long as a result of the geo.
And
Perfect.
so we're not planning to make energy sales right now, in addition to buying the geo.
And then my other question is around the cost of service study and AMI deployment. And we already have a small AMI pilot. Am I right? And are those customers not on any kind of time varying rate? They're still on the E1 residential electric service. I guess, can you speak to sort of like, how do we see, what's the timetable for evolving our rates in conjunction with AMI coming online? I think that's my question.
Dave Yun, Utility Strategic Business Manager. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all. So yeah, so AMI is starting to roll out. So I think we've deployed probably about 1,000 of those meters now, water, gas, and electric combined. Couple months. In regards to rates, with Eric being departing, he was our rate guru. So we're trying to find a consultant to help us design some of these time of use rates. So we are talking to consultants right now, and then we'll start designing those. Hopefully by 24, we can have some pilot rates. That's what we're targeting, but nothing in the immediate this year.
So by this time next year, we might be talking about a new rate schedule for AMI customers?
Potentially, yes. And
Cool.
we're also looking for one for electrification as well. So both
Sorry,
time of,
you're also looking
for
for a,
electric only rate as well. So for those who are all electrified, we're trying to get them a rate that offsets as well. So they don't get penalized with a higher tier.
excellent. Glad to hear it.
Okay.
Any other commissioner comment? Yep.
I just wanted to echo how well and how much I appreciate the conservative assumptions in this particular model, because I think it puts us in a far better chance of being very, very successful, both in fiscal year 2023 and in 2024. So I think that was a good solution and a good direction. So kudos to the staff. Thank you.
I had a couple questions. We're still waiting, I think, for the consultant to report back on the electric grid upgrades, right? Based on what we know so far, have those added costs all been factored into the rates that we've proposed?
Yeah, so we have 300 million of grid modernization investments that we have in our financial plan. They go out past FY28. This plan only looks at the future 5 years. So the chart that I showed shows 200 million of the 300 million. And there's also, we're still working with the consultant to finalize those values. So we're not sure if what it will be exactly.
But we feel pretty good about our estimates.
Yeah. If anything, we're being pretty conservative in what we expect on the debt service costs. So. Great.
And then I had another kind of random question, but I noticed there was some comment about that CAISO's may be expanding to more of a regional grid area, and that we may have to bear some of those costs. I mean, it's like the planned expansion of the CAISO to a larger regional grid control area may result in additional transmission costs that could further increase our transmission costs. Just curious about that.
It's just part of the general trend, I would say, in the power market of increasing regionalization and building more transmission to connect generation in various parts across the West. And ultimately, utilities and customers are paying for that transmission build out. And so our transmission costs continue to increase, and they're projected to increase more into the future. So,
okay, but presumably commodity costs will be either held down some or, I mean, that's the idea of doing that, right? To a more regional.
That's the hope.
And then my other comment was, so I've gotten now from a few different customers the same concern, which is they are electrifying either because they have to or because they're trying to do the right thing and it's in line with our policies. And they're being asked to bear the entire burden of transformer upgrades. And as I understand it, that requires a change in council rules. And I guess this is as much for you, but I would like to see if that's what we're going to do. I'd like to see that be expedited and not in a year from now. I think it's such a wrong message and it's so unfair. Those transformers that they're paying to upgrade are benefiting I would say every customer, but at a minimum, everyone else on that transformer. And it's such a, they're very expensive. I mean, tens of thousands, the transformer, and then I think in some points having to connect to it, it's in the tens of thousands of dollars. And I'd really like to see council, I don't know how to do it to get it in front of them quicker, but I was told that could take a year plus. And I would hope we could do that faster given the consequences of it.
Jonathan Ovenschein. So this is something that's in our work plan. We agree a year plus is definitely too long. We're aiming. So at the same time, the staffing issues we've been sort of alluding to tonight are definitely getting in the way to some extent of making progress faster. But we are aiming for certainly by end of year and ideally significantly sooner than that. And we agree this is a really significant issue that needs to be addressed. We're balancing this issue against similar competing issues like electric cost of service, the electric cost of service study, and the power cost adjuster, all of which are being worked on by the same staff right now. But we're going to do everything we can to expedite it, as we agree. It's a major priority.
So if I could add to that, that's actually in our rules and regs. So we control that portion of it. So we've been talking with the SCAP committee. Portion of it is that we really need to change that language in that, and we can do that fairly quickly than waiting for the plan, because we've been waiting for the plan to go to council and that. It has also struck us in the past that, the first person that does the upgrade, everybody rides for free after that, that's on that transformer. So I think the thing is that we have looked at this, and we'll have to come back to you in a shorter period of time, and then show the change in that, and then take it to council and get some input from councils. And then, like I say, we'll work with the SCAP as well, to try to get it through a little quicker.
Great, thanks. Any other?
Yeah.
Oh, Commissioner Sharp.
Yeah, I actually was really appreciated Director Dean to say that. Because I thought that was I've heard that too in the community, a lot of complaints about the cost of those transformers. I actually would ask staff, and I know you're super, I guess, busy is the wrong word, just up against the wall on a lot of this stuff. But with the SCAP and electrification, all that, but I think that's really part of the problem that I think we need to address. I think we need to sit down and think about, as we move towards electrification and we ask the community to do that, what issues are going to come up that are going to frustrate community members and turn them against electrification. And if you face the issue of getting a bill for $14,000 or $15,000 on your transformer, you're sort of like, why did I do this? And I'm sure there are other issues that'll come up. I mean, there's electrical panels, upgrades, there's all sorts of stuff like that. And I guess, and we've talked about a bunch of them, but the ones which the city controls the cost and doesn't allocate, I would say, fairly. And then I think there are cost issues. Well, there might be cost issues that the fire department imposes as well in some of this construction stuff. So I guess I would suggest that you reach out to the planning departments and the building people at some point and figure out, as we do electrification, how do we try and lower the costs for people when they do it? Thanks.
So I think to recognize the prudence of, originally implementing the hydro rate adjuster and now where it leads, and sort of how that has impacted the electric reserves in respect to the other utilities where, we've artificially depressed rates at the cost of reserves for a long time or through the pandemic, which was necessary, but just wanted to recognize the prudence there. And really also just kind of to build off of what Commissioner Forcell was saying about, what time of use rates look like going forward, and, how granular things can get with grid modernization to really fit rates to usage and fit rates to the commodity costs at the time that they're created and things. I'm just really excited about all that, and really, this is my final meeting here. So I really wanted to just take the floor for a second and say, it's really exciting to look ahead at that implementation. It's a huge, daunting challenge, I think, to see it through. And I'm just really excited to see where that leads. So thank you for putting together, this report and these rates and the plan to it. And good luck.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I think we are ready to turn to our motion. And this one is to the city council. So somebody anticipated your comment, Commissioner Sharp. Staff recommends, I'm asked if someone wants to make a motion that staff recommend that the UAC recommend that city council adopt a resolution One, approving the fiscal year 2024 electric financial plan. Two, approving the following transfers at the end of FY 2023. Up to 15 million from the supply operations reserve to the distribution operations reserve. Up to 8 million from the electric special projects reserve to the supply operations reserve. And up to 4.5 million from the supply operations reserve to the cap and trade program reserve. Three, approve the following transfers at the end of FY 2024. Up to 3 million from the supply operations reserve to the cap and trade program reserve. And four, approve the following rate actions for FY 2024. A decrease to the retail electric rate schedule EHRA, which is the hydroelectric rate adjuster, of 50% effective July 1, 2023. And an increase to retail electric rates E1, E2, E4, E5, E7, and E7 TOU, the time of use rate, of 14% effective July 1, 2023. An increase to the export electricity compensation, the E-EEC-1 rate, to reflect 2022 avoided costs effective July 1, 2023. An increase to the net surplus electricity compensation E-NSE-1 rate to reflect current projections of FY 2023 avoided costs effective July 1, 2023. And an update to the residential master metered and small non-residential green power electric service, which is the E-2G, the medium non-residential green power electric service E-4-G, and the large non-residential green power electric service E-7G rate schedules to reflect modified distribution and commodity components, also effective July 1, 2023. Do I have a motion? Exactly.
So moved.
I second.
Great, and we'll start over there.
Yes.
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 Commissioner Scharf,
Yes.
and I also approve, so that motion passes. Great. Congratulations. We're on to the next item, which is commissioner comments and reports from meetings or events. Did you have a comment, Commissioner Metz? Or no? Okay, yes.
Again, and you heard earlier, I just want to thank the fellow commissioners, the UAC. I've had a delightful 3 years, and I have absolutely loved working with staff. So thanks to Dean, thanks to Tabitha, Dave, Lisa, everybody. It's been really very, very fun. And I wish you all nothing but the very best. Thank you.
Okay.
And I likewise. This is my last meeting. I've enjoyed the 7 years I've spent on this commission. I've learned a lot, and I really appreciate how fortunate Palo Alto is to have the utility staff that we have. It's a really hardworking, knowledgeable, creative, and they are just doing a great job for us. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm jealous of your 7 years. That sounds great. I also, I want to thank the staff for all the hard work that goes into keeping the lights on and keeping everything running, and all the work that goes into making a place for citizens to participate in the utility like you do. And then just want to thank council for the opportunity that was given to me to sit here, and to the people of Palo Alto just for keeping the space and keeping this utility. So thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I will pass on the wishes to staff. Thank you very much for all of you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Commissioner Smith, Bowie, and Vice Chair Johnston. This is all their last meetings, and we're all volunteers and sometimes it takes a lot of time and effort. You all come prepared, you bring thoughtful answers, passion. I've really enjoyed having this last year to work, together with you as a vice chair and chair. Vice Chair Johnston has been on the commission the whole time I have been, and I really look to him for guidance and to set the tone. I think we're a really productive and effective and collegial commission, and what more could we want? So thank you all and good luck on your next endeavors. And I guess the last thing then is if there are any future topics for upcoming meetings. Oh, Commissioner Scharf.
Yeah, I actually wanted to go back to the last item. I actually also wanted to just, say what you said, Commissioner Siegel. It's going to be a loss for the commission to lose all three of you at the same time. And I've actually enjoyed working with all of you as well, and wish you all the best.
Thank you. Okay.
We're on to the calendar.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Well, the first thing, the 12-month rolling calendar is only 4 months long. So I'd like to suggest that we add dates going out 12 months to the items that need to be scheduled. I'd also like to propose as one specific item that we add staffing to the calendar. Staffing problems arise in pretty much every single meeting that we have here, including tonight, when there were issues getting the packet out due to staffing issues. So I think it doesn't have to be next month, but we need to have a discussion about the staffing problems and how we're addressing them.
I believe we talked about getting a regular report on staffing as just an informational item, even if it's not a discussion item.
Well, I mean, we're having a strategy discussion. I think it's scheduled for next month of May. Strategic plan is May. I can't think of anything more strategic.
Just to respond to that, I think we all know that staffing is a huge problem.
Mhm.
I'm curious, what role do you think the UAC can play? Just that our charter is advising on utility policy, and I'm looking a little bit to Councilmember Lowing. Is this something that the UAC can provide guidance to council on? I just don't want to create more work for staff on just sort of like reminding us all that staffing is a huge problem.
Yeah, you're talking about everything from line persons to transformer people and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that's kind of in Dean's lap, and I'm sure he would welcome any creative suggestions that you have to kind of take forward. And doing it just before the budget is exactly the time to do it, of course. But it's not just, do we have open positions? Because we do, but we can't fill them. So that type of creativity is, as long as Dean's welcoming it, I think would be really good.
So I just wanted to say something on this briefly, is that, we shouldn't be talking about, paying people more or those kind of things. I mean, those are handled by, frankly, the city council in closed session regarding the union negotiations and all of that. So I don't think that's helpful. So, I mean, if we have creative solutions and thoughts on it, this has been a problem, lineman, for God, at least since 2010. And, everyone says we should come up with creative solutions. I don't know, Dean, how are we doing on those creative solutions?
Hey, thanks for putting me on the spot there, Commissioner Scharf. Yeah, it's, one of the things that we have talked about with HR is that HR usually controls 100% of the recruitment pieces. And so HR has been willing to give up some of that authority line to actually give it back to the departments. And so we actually are doing some of the recruitment ourselves now. So we're actually doing all the advertisement. We're actually setting up the interviews, doing the follow throughs, making an offer letter, because it would take literally 4 months, 5 months to get an actual job just posted. And then you'd have to go through that process. And if you did find somebody that was interested, maybe by the time the interviews actually came around, they're not interested any longer because we haven't got back to them, and we might not get back to you for 2 months. You're qualified, but we don't do that. So long story short is that, so one of the creative things is that I offered to take it on in the department ourselves. And so we have staff that are now actually doing recruiting for us. And then we plan on actually going out to some of the colleges for some of the more engineers. We've been pretty successful going to the engineering, to Sac State and to St. Louis Obispo. We have 3 new engineers, probably been on with us for now maybe about 8 months now. So they have came straight out of school and they're learning a lot. And then we also worked with the union and we actually started that. There's a progression and it's a succession planning piece. Before, what would happen is if you came in and as an associate, you'd have to wait till the next job came open as a bid. So actually what we did was we actually moved this from when you come in as associate and moved it all the way up to the principal, which is the highest position that we have in our engineering group. So as they show and they test out from that position, they can move up. Also, the idea was behind that is maybe the retention will stay because we got to try to keep them here. Otherwise, they have other options to go elsewhere. Then at that period of time. So that's another idea that we've come up with that on the engineering side. Our biggest struggle right now is the line class. It's easy to say. I just shared a flyer with Tabitha about, hey, Orville Lineman School up in Orville has job fairs. Well, and then that we were talking about this, that, do we want to go back there? Because what happened was we've hired 4 individuals from that school and there's only been 1 that had stayed on. So they go through the apprenticeship because what happens is these folks actually come from all over the country to get into this school. There's 3 schools. There's one in Orville, there's one in Texas, and there's one in Idaho. Everybody from who wants to be a line person goes to one of these schools. Well, guess what? They would just want to come on, get their apprenticeships. And if they came from Iowa, they're going back to Iowa. If they came from down south, that's where they're going back south. Or they'll jump and they'll try to go to PG&E. And that's what happened to the 3 of us. So I've pretty much thrown that I'm not wasting that money any longer on these individuals. When we're talking about $100,000 worth of training, that's not including their salary of the 4 years that we've gone through. So it doesn't make sense for us to go through that program. But we don't have another program other than just grow them ourselves. And I think it's a slow process. We have 3 apprentices that are in their 2nd year. They got 2 more years to go. And we're hoping that all 3 will stay. We graduated 2 about 6 months ago, 8 months ago. 1 left to go to PG&E. And the other one, lucky enough, knock on wood, is going to stay with us. So it's still, even when we grow within, there's always that chance that they'll just walk away from us. We do have some stipulations in the contract that if they walk before their 7th year, so the 4 plus 3 years, their lineman class, there's a proration of what they owe us back to the city out of that $100,000. But the one that went to PG&E just paid him, and he just paid us back because they're so desperate for line folks. So we haven't come up with a great idea on the line section yet, other than trying to grow something from within. So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Scharf.
So it does, but I guess where I wanted to go with this, if we're going to have a discussion, and I think I'm trying to narrow down what the discussion is, or at least give it some focus if staff's going to put something together. I mean, is it going to be an update, or I guess I'm sort of at a little bit of a loss of what we would do as a commission in terms of staffing that would be useful. And I mean, I'm happy to have the discussion. It might be useful, it might be great, but I think I have some of the concerns about, what our role really would be on that. I know when I was on the council, we explicitly told the UAC that they had no role in this. But they have a role.
I agree. I think the thought was in the past, what we talked about is that we would talk about doing an informational report that showed on a quarterly basis of some of the openings that we have, some of the different, and identify some of the difficult ones, how long they've been open for. But, I don't think that, unfortunately, the commission doesn't have any authority line to set some extra dollars aside or some new programs to give. So I thought that when we talked about this, that we would only talk about just giving an update to the commission about where we are and what's the percentage of openings that we have.
Okay, that's fine with me. I just wanted to be clear with the other commissioners, so expectations were all the same. And maybe other people have different expectations. I wasn't trying to set anything. I was just trying to get a sense of what we should expect.
Right. Well,
Thank you.
I think it could, as somebody else suggested, perhaps we could come up with some creative solutions, but also just express that might be good ideas that might also not be most easily welcomed. We might be able to provide some visibility and support to help advance those ideas with council and with the community.
Any other topics to add for future meetings? Last chance, guys.
I feel remiss in not adding my congratulations and thanks to Commissioners Smith, Johnston, and Bowie. I picked the wrong time to not want to say something that had already been said. So, like others, I really appreciate your service. ACU and I started the same year, the same day. I've really enjoyed serving alongside you and Commissioner Smith and Bowie more recently as well. Thank you for your service.
That seems like a perfect way to end the meeting. Have a motion to adjourn? Go for it, you two, last ones.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Okay. Good night, everyone. Thanks for all the feedback. Busy.
Thank you. Very
busy night.
productive meeting for that size of an agenda.
Yeah. No doubt.